Uh-oh. Did we lose Chair Roybal?
He's just muted.
It looks like he is muted, and he may be having some internet issues because his camera went off.
Okay, I see him
There
now.
he is.
Chair Roybal, can you hear us? He's fixing it. Are you okay? Can you hear us, Chair Roybal?
Okay. Hey, how's that? Can you guys
Yes,
hear
we
me now?
can. So are you prepared for the roll call?
It looks like he froze again.
There's a lag. Chair Roybal?
I'm going to go ahead and call BCC meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Chair Roybal.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
Present.
Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hamilton.
Here.
Commissioner Garcia. Okay, we'll move on for now. Commissioner Hughes.
Here.
Okay, so Chair Roybal, as Tessa Joe mentioned earlier, Commissioner Garcia is not on. Is that correct, Tessa?
Yes, ma'am. He's not on yet.
Okay, thank you. You have a quorum.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Commissioner Garcia will be joining us shortly. So I'm going to go on to our next agenda item, and that is the Pledge of Allegiance and also the State Pledge and the moment of reflection. The Pledge of Allegiance and the State Pledge will be done by myself, and the moment of reflection will be done by Ignacio Dominguez from Public Safety. So if we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and also for our State Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the state of New Mexico. Oops. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If we could get the state flag. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. And I apologize for the mistake earlier. I'm going to our moment of reflection, and we have Ignacio Dominguez from Public Safety.
Good afternoon, everyone. Moment of reflection. Confusion is a gift from God. Those times when you feel most desperate for a solution, sit, wait. The information will become clear. The confusion is there to guide you. Seek detachment and become the producer of your life. These are words from Robert Diggs.
Thank you, Mr. Dominguez, for our moment of reflection. Is there any other comments or
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Hanson?
I would like us to
Yes,
just
Commissioner
take...
Hanson, go ahead.
Thank you. I would just like us to take a moment of silence for our community in these turbulent times.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Thank you for that moment of silence. Next, we're going to move on to item number F, and this is the approval of the agenda. Is there any changes to the agenda? Manager Miller, did you have any changes for us?
Mr. Chair, the amended agenda was posted on October 9th at 3:26 p.m. Those items that were amended at that time is item under action items, item 3E, that caption was corrected, it had a typo in it. Item 3G was withdrawn, and item 5D was added in its place. And then under matters from the county attorney, items 8A, 1 and 2 were added. Those are all the amendments to the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. Are there any other changes to the agenda from the board? And if not,
Mr. Chair?
I entertain a motion for, yes,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hanson, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Yes,
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hughes. Although I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia, are you on? Okay, and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So with that, we have a unanimous approval of our agenda. So next, we're going to move on to item. This is the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that the commission would like further explanation? And if not, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair? This is
Yes,
Commissioner.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you. I'd move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, so we have a
Second.
motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Hanson.
If I could have
Yes,
just
Commissioner
a moment
Hanson?
of discussion. I would just like to
Absolutely.
congratulate Chris Heyer on receiving this grant for $10,000 for economic development. And also, that was all. So thank you. And thank you and congratulations, Chris, for the grant.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I think it's important to recognize Mr. Heyer for his efforts in receiving this grant. So thank you for doing that. So we do have a motion and a second. Is there anything under discussion from any other commissioners? Okay, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia. Okay, and
Doesn't
a
look like
yes
he's
from
signed on
Commissioner.
yet.
Okay, thank you. And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So the consent agenda passes with a majority vote. Madam Clerk, can we get resolution numbers for these items that we just passed?
Yes, Chair Roybal, for the record, the resolutions you just passed within the consent agenda are resolutions number 2020-75 and resolution number 2020-76. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
So we're going to go on to agenda item number 3, and these are action items. 3A is the request approval of Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Grant Amendment 19-C-NR-I-01-G-17 to construct a community well in Glorieta, New Mexico. And from the Growth Management Department, we have Mr. Paul Olofson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is Paul Olofson with Planning Division. Before you today is a grant agreement. It's a community development block grant in the amount of $750,000. It is to construct a deep water well in the community of Glorieta and in support of the Greater Glorieta Mutual Domestic Water Consumers Association. The project will entail drilling the well and all the appurtenant plumbing and piping to connect the well to the existing water system. And currently their the well for their domestic water is in a shallower aquifer and there are contamination problems. This will address that project or problem, as well as provide a much more stable and long-term water supply for the community over time. Additionally, with acceptance of this grant, there is a 10% match requirement for receiving the grant. That is $75,000, and that grant or the match will be provided by the Greater Glorieta Mutual Domestic as part of the overall project. The Greater Glorieta also has additional funding for other system improvements and distribution improvements, and is anticipated that these projects will work together and be implemented as a final phase of a longer-term project to upgrade the wells and the water system in Glorieta. The 10% match was added to the memo that's attached with the packet material. However, it was not added on the board doc description. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. And also attached is the memo along with the draft agreement. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Olson. We really appreciate that. And I think this is a great start to a great project. I believe the commissioner for this project is Commissioner Hamilton. So I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know, you all may remember back before COVID when this project came up, when we were applying for, when they were applying for to be accepted by the commission to go for the CDBG money. They made a full presentation at that time. I don't know, given that it's a virtual meeting and whatever, that any representatives from the Glorieta community are on, but they definitely asked me to convey a tremendous appreciation for having this opportunity to partner with the county and get this project done. Every community that the county's worked with that has these kinds of water quality issues, when you're a mutual domestic and you're small, it's just, it's an incredible benefit to have the county to come and partner with you, to be able to avail yourselves of this kind of funding opportunity. And the community is incredibly grateful, as am I. And so I guess with that, I would like to move to approve this.
I'll second
Mr.
that
Chair?
motion.
Oh, Mr. Chair, under discussion. Under discussion, Mr. Chair, I'm going to say, I too think that it is incredibly important that our mutual domestics get this kind of support, as having a mutual domestic in my district, the village of Agua Fria. This kind of support is so necessary for them being such small entities and needing this kind of help. So I'm very happy to see that this was awarded, and I'm happy. I'm happy for the constituents in Santa Fe County. I'm wondering if the chair is still on. Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Okay, good.
Yes, I'm still here. And thank you for saying that. I think that, I've got a couple of mutual domestics in my district as well, and I know the importance. I mean, quality water, it's something, just a basic necessity for our constituents. And so I'm really happy. A lot of times we have projects that are really beneficial to our constituents, and sometimes where we have adverse opinions on different projects, but at the end of the day, a project like this for basic needs, wow, it's really great to be a part of this approval and see this come to fruition. So I'm really proud to be here as well. So thank you for those comments, Commissioner Hansen. Any other comments under discussion? Okay. So I'm going to go to a roll call vote, and I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Sorry, I was spazzing with my mouse. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia? Okay, doesn't sound like he's on yet. So, and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this does pass unanimously. So I'm happy, and congratulations to our mutual domestic. I think that it's going to be a huge impact in a positive manner to the Glorieta community. So congratulations once again. We're going to go on to item number 3B, and this is a request, first of all, the approval of amendment number 4 to agreement number 2017-0223-F-LG/MM County and Montgomery and Andrews, PA, to provide legal services, increasing the limit of the amount payable to the contractor to $350,000 inclusive of New Mexico GRT. And secondly, authorizing the county manager to sign the purchase order. And from the procurement office, we have Mr. Bill Taylor, and if needed, Mr. Greg Schaefer, our county attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. This is Bill Taylor with Purchasing Division. And the county entered into this agreement in April of 2017. In Amendment 1 of the contract, there was a not to exceed $250,000 of legal services payable to the Montgomery and Andrews law firm for a multitude of legal services as directed by the county attorney. We are now before the commission to request an amendment number 4 to increase the limit of $250,000 and raise that to $350,000, inclusive of New Mexico gross receipts tax. Mr. Chair, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. So is there any questions from the board? I'm going to go through the list and see if we have any. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I just want to say that I support this. I know that we are short a couple of attorneys since we have been in this pandemic, and I think it is really important that the legal department have staff and support and backup. And I believe that this contract also includes John Utton, who has been a long-term attorney with us, who has helped on many different water issues. And so with that, I would like to move to approve.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I want to go to discussion. Are there any other commissioners that have questions under discussion for item number 3B?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hughes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I am certainly in favor of this. I just had a question for purchasing, which is how many times do we extend contracts before our procurement requires us to go out to bid again?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hughes. Great question. Appreciate that. The procurement code only allows up to a 4-year term for professional services contracts. This being a professional services contract, we would have to go out for another procurement in order to go beyond 4-year term with any with this firm or anything. So April of 2017, we entered into the agreement, so it's good through April of 2021.
Thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Hughes. So I'm going to go to a roll call vote unless I hear that one of the other commissioners has a question.
Mr. Chair,
I don't see a show of hands. So
Mr.
yes,
Chair, if I could,
Mr.
just
Schaefer,
break-
Attorney Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate these sentiments expressed by Commissioner Hanson. I did just want to clarify that John Utton's services are not provided for under this agreement. That is pursuant to a separate agreement, but I did want to clarify that for the record. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Greg. I thought that he worked for this firm. So thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. So I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously from the commission. So next, we're going to move on to item number 3C. And this is a request, first of all, for an approval of amendment number 2 to an indefinite quantity price agreement 2017-007-8-B-PWRM and amendment number 1 to indefinite quantity pricing agreement 2017-0078-D-PWRM with Associated Asphalt and Materials LLC, Transit Mix LLC, and Moriarty Concrete Products, respectively, related to the purchase of road maintenance and construction materials for an additional 1-year term, and secondly, to grant signature authority to the county manager to sign the purchase order. And from purchasing, we have Mr. Bill Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this may need a little clarification. So we entered into multiple contracts for indefinite quantity for road maintenance materials with multiple suppliers of those materials. They were for a straight 4-year contract. And so this amendment will extend the term for another year. Contracts B and C were amended once before for additional supplies where contractor D did not want to provide a price for that item. And so this would be amendment 1 for that contractor, which is Moriarty Concrete. In regards to Commissioner Hughes' question about the term of contracts, this, of course, is not a professional services contract and can extend beyond the 4-year term. So we are asking for the term extension to October of 2021 for an additional year for Associated Asphalt, Espanola Transit Mix, and Moriarty Concrete Products. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Do we have questions from the board?
Mr. Chair.
I'm going to go to
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Hanson, then to Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hanson, go ahead. Commissioner Hanson, go ahead.
Thank you very much. What I'm wondering, Bill, is do any of these asphalt companies, are they plastic asphalt? Do we have any of those companies anymore in New Mexico? I remember a number of years ago, there were companies that were producing, I think it was called plastic fault or plastic asphalt. I don't know exactly the name, but it was a really good way to reuse plastic and put it down on the roads. And I believe that it had a longer life, or as long a life as as regular asphalt. And so I'm just wondering if in the future we can look into that, because then we are recycling plastic that is unused.
Right, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hanson, I recall NMDOT utilizing certain areas of our highways using recyclable materials. I'm not aware of any local manufacturers of those materials. I may want to defer if anyone from Public Works is on online. I would throw out a lifeline on that question, but we would certainly look into that, Commissioner, and see if there are any of those manufacturer products that would be interested in providing that type of material.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hanson, this is Ryan with Public Works. There are several different products we use that are recycled. That one in particular, I'm not real familiar with as far as plastic being mixed in as far as the final asphalt product is. But we do use quite a bit of the recycled asphalt millings and use those for different types of operations. So I'll look into that though.
I know there used to be a company during, I'm talking at least, 10 years ago in New Mexico. The manager, Miller, probably would know about this also. But I don't know if they still exist or, it was such a hard, heavy lift for them to even be able to compete. And they were kind of shut out. But I'm thinking with all the plastic that is going into our landfills, that it would be beneficial to put it on our roads. And it was supposed to have a long life, maybe even longer than regular asphalt. But that I can't for sure know. But I will try and find some of the information I had about that. It might be a little challenging to find at the moment, but I will look. Anyhow, thank you for indulging my question. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really quick, what type of aggregate are we purchasing?
I apologize. This is Ryan with Public Works, Mr. Chair, Commissioner. Well, could you repeat the question?
So the question I have is in a couple of my districts, actually, and we have some individuals that actually provide aggregate to Santa Fe County and to the northern part of the state. So what type of aggregate are we buying? Is it rock? Is it gravel? Is it dirt? What are we buying?
Yes, sir. What we've been purchasing most recently for aggregate for our chip seal projects is usually about a 3/8-inch rock. It's becoming more and more difficult to find with a lot of the impacts due to COVID. We've reached out to several different plants for that specific size aggregate, and we've had a difficult time finding it, but that's what we've been using most recently. And then the asphalt mix is typically HMAC, and it's a smaller rock that we typically use when we do hot mix projects. I don't know if that.
Mr. Chair, yes, thank you, Ryan, for that. Very good. Because, I'll talk with the zoning director here a little bit later, not during the meeting, but I just want to know what type of aggregate we're actually purchasing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Garcia, also in attachment A of the price agreement, in your documents, there is a list of item descriptions of the base course, types of base course, hot mix mixtures, and the items, the materials that we could purchase for your reference.
Okay, thank you for that question and the description of aggregate that we're looking at. I guess if there's additional questions besides what's itemized, then Commissioner Garcia can follow up with that. Is there any other questions from commissioners? Okay, I don't see any hands up, so I'm going to go to a vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will move to approve.
Second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. And to a roll call vote, we're going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously. Next, we're going to move on to item number 3D. And this is request for ratification and for tech and civil life COVID-19 response grant program to support local governments in the administration of safe elections in the midst of a pandemic grant in the amount of $677,752.45. And from the we have Miss Julia Valdez.
Mr. Chair, this is Manager
Ms.
Miller.
Valdez. Yes, Manager Miller.
I don't know if Julia is on the line. This item is just on there. If you recall at the last BCC meeting, I had informed the board that the clerk and deputy clerk were successful in acquiring this grant for $677,000 to assist in the election. And I signed the grant in order to make sure that we could obtain it, but my authorization is up to $500,000, and this was to ratify my signature on that grant. We have accepted the grant, and this is just to formalize that my signature on the grant.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Reiterate the thanks to the county clerk's office and the hard work for Ms. Valdez and our county clerk, Ms. Salazar, for working to acquire this grant. Thinking outside the box. I think this is a really great grant. So thank you for doing that. And I would move up the signature authority to Manager Miller to go to the $677,752.45.
I'll second that.
That's in the form of a motion. So we have a motion from Commissioner Roybal and a second from Commissioner Hanson. Is there any other questions or comments under discussions from the board?
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question.
Commissioner Hamilton, I'm going to go to.
No.
I believe I heard.
Well, yeah,
Is that correct?
Commissioner Hughes first, and then I raised my hand.
Okay. Let's go to Commissioner Hughes, and then I see Commissioner Hanson has her hand up as well. Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that at my recent town hall, one of my constituents expressed concern about whether he would be safe at the polling place. He wasn't concerned about the virus. He was concerned about troublemakers making it hard for people to vote or intimidating voters. And I just wondered if we had, I hope that that's extremely unlikely in Santa Fe, but I just wondered if we had given any consideration to what we would do if that did occur.
Commissioner Hughes, that's always an issue during elections, and the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department always assists us during election day. And then my staff has also been in communication or seeking communication with the city of Santa Fe police because of the election that's going on right now at the convention center. So we do work with law enforcement In addition to that, there are also individuals who are challengers, and they are out there watching and observe. We have watchers and challengers, that's allowed by law, who will look at what's going on in a polling place, in a voting convenience center, to see if there's any voter intimidation or anything. So they will report any situations that they observe. But that's something that we're always aware of and prepared for. In addition to that, when I'm out there in the at the voting convenience centers during election day or early voting, seeing what's going on, talking to voters, and also seeing if there's any issues, I am paying attention. And if we need to call the sheriff, I will, if it's out in the field. But when it comes to the convention center, the authority would be, the policing authority would be the city of Santa Fe. In addition to that, I also have some concerns about the drop boxes outside. So I was talking to my staff yesterday to see if if we could communicate with the county sheriff to see if we can use some of the funds that we received that Manager Miller signed for, to see if they could, at different times, come and check the top portion and also the bottom portion if it's open. It may not be, but the top portion, to ensure that our drop box is not being tampered with in any way. We do have signs out there, and I have also posted the law stating that we have video cameras, and it's illegal to tamper with any ballots. So we'd like to work even more probably with the sheriff's county sheriff's office regarding the drop boxes, because that also has become a controversial issue throughout the country, and also in Bernalillo County, where to have official drop boxes, you have to follow the law and make notice for 90 days before where you're going to put a drop-off box. But what is allowed by law, and that has been for a very long time, is that anyone can drop off their ballots at a voting convenience center during early voting or election day. So that is taken care of during the hours of early voting and election day. But to have other boxes and other locations that we did not have notice for, that's something we cannot do. But I feel here at the county's building here, we do have a drop box, and we've had that before where people can drop off their ballots. So it's not part of that controversial portion that you're probably reading more about, what has happened in California and also in Bernalillo County. So that's an issue that could be contentious regarding drop-off boxes, but we are prepared. And if anybody witnesses anything, or any of the board members hear of anything, I'd like you to contact me, either text me or send me an email or call me on my county cell phone. That would be helpful, because I think all of us, and that's the board, and that's the county clerk and her staff, and even citizens, it is our responsibility to inform the county clerk's office if there's any mishandling of anything or any voter intimidation. Also, Common Cause will be out in the field also throughout New Mexico, observing if there's any voter intimidation. But as far as I can tell now, there are no issues occurring across the street. There was one where my staff had to speak to two individuals who were arguing, and he presented the fact that if they continued to disrupt a voting convenience center site, that they would call the police to arrange that this would stop. So that's what we do when we have to. So other than that, there has not been anything very contentious when it comes to voter intimidation or someone that's trying to adversely affect the election. But we do have laws that protect us and laws that we will follow and guide us. And that's the strength in New Mexico, that we do have very good laws to ensure that we can protect and the vote and the privacy, and also to avoid voter intimidation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That's very reassuring, both that we haven't had any problems and that we're prepared if we were to. So great.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had also wanted to add my voice about that. Look, we all know that there are concerns about voting, both with COVID, and there's a huge amount of extra work that's being done to address those. Voter organization, with the reports out of California, fake boxes put up. We just realize how much additional effort it's taking to protect our election and to assure that these times everybody can vote. And given the big economic impacts of the pandemic on the county as well as everybody else, I'm sure everybody recognizes this, but the effort it took to get this additional money is such to support these activities is a real help to the county, and I'm very appreciative that this money came to us and for the people who made the effort to do this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hamilton, I agree with you. I think these funds come at a very important time. I mean, we're going to be able to use for any unexpected costs that we will have. I mean, this is pretty intense. And across the street, when I go and review what's going on and make sure things are going okay, everyone is doing their part, even the city of Santa Fe. Their staff is providing the custodial services that we need to wipe down door handles, the bathrooms, all of that. And then the poll workers will wipe the voting booths. So everybody's in sync working together, and these funds are a tremendous plus for this process because this is the most unusual, historical election ever. And all of us should be aware of what's going on. And if you hear of anything, let us know. Also, too, if there's concerns, if we need to do anything in addition to what we're doing already, and if it involves cost, then we know we have those funds that can help us and not make that will not create an increased burden on the county. In addition to that, I'd like to mention regarding the issue in California, which is very unique and did happen to us here in Santa Fe County, but in a very small way. And that is in California, you have a political party that had purchased their own drop boxes and started placing them in certain places in churches and gun shops, and that's against the law. It's also against the law in New Mexico. But during the special election in Edgewood, there was a political party that donated drop boxes to the U.S. Postal Service, and I was very concerned. So I had to meet with the postmaster and tell him that I had concerns, and when I looked at the building and where I had concerns and why and who had the keys, and if they were boxes that were provided by the U.S. Postal Service, that would be a different issue. But if a party had provided those, then I have great concerns and I wanted them removed, and they were removed. So that happened to us in a micro level as compared to California, where they're doing this in many counties where they have privately purchased drop boxes, which is illegal. How can the county clerk guarantee that no one has tampered with those boxes, that no one has taken them and brought them back? And that's a great concern. And so if anything like that happens, or if you hear of a rumor, we will investigate immediately. But that's where your eyes and ears and everyone involved, and also in support of our democracy, would keep us informed. That will help us tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Madam Clerk. We appreciate that, and thank you for the question, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hanson, did you have a question as well?
I don't have a question. I just want to thank Geraldine, Clerk Salazar, for all her work, and for her and Julia getting this grant to help with all the expenses during this challenging time. So congratulations, and thank you for making sure that we have enough funds to cover all of our expenses. That's really important, and I appreciate you taking the making the extra effort, both you and Julia.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. And I think the majority of congratulations goes to Julia and also to the support of Manager Miller, who was in communication with Julia. I was extremely busy, so I could only review. I couldn't write the grant myself, but I could review, and I know what the operations of this office are in detail. So that was helpful when Julia put together all of the information and applied. I could go through the document and say what was relevant, what was not relevant, what was language that really did not pertain to this office. So cleaning up what was put together was important, but the effort that Julia put in to get it done in the time that she did, we were very surprised how quickly we were awarded this grant. And that is the quickest I have ever experienced in my life of any grant writing or experience of a grant. So that was great. We also have some funds from the county who they put funds in our budget for the I believe the CARES Act. Am I correct, Manager Miller?
Yes.
Yes, so there's a small portion of funds also that we will utilize. If we can't, we'll see where it goes. But these funds are to ensure that there's not a major burden, a financial burden for the county. So this is very exciting. I think all of us in Santa Fe County should be pretty excited about this, that we can have the funds that we need to ensure that we're running a safe election and in the interest of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Huge shout out to Julia. Thank you so much for doing that. Manager Miller, great job. It's always a sign of a true leader when you recognize your staff. So, Julia, I know you worked hard on this, and thank you for jumping on it. Commissioner Garcia, did you have any comments, sir, before I go to a roll call vote?
Yes. Sorry, just really quick. I guess we have some new stuff with the air in my office. It's fine, but I would just like to thank 22 more days to go to the election, and people have to get out there and vote who we think is right. County Clerk Julia, as well as Steve Frescas, because he actually does an excellent job there for the Bureau of Elections. And Steve, thank you for what you do, because sometimes people don't realize what it takes to actually run an election. The clerk knows, and Steve knows. And so just thank you for the staff and for getting the grant and moving forward. And 22 days to go and counting down. So get out there, vote. Please vote. Like George Gonzalez used to say from si no vota, no lloran. If you don't vote, then don't cry. So anyhow, just people, please. So, but thank you for what you guys do. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I really appreciate you acknowledging Steve Friskus. He works so hard and he has so many multiple talents and he's all over the place. I mean, there are three of us who are really, truly troubleshooting, and Steve is one. He's all over the place, Teresa Atencio, and the three of us have to troubleshoot at the macro level. But Steve and Teresa are tremendous and I appreciate them dearly of all the hard work and the professionalism that they bring to this office, and their careers in the field of elections is incredible. And so thank you for acknowledging them. And I think that whenever we talk about government employees pursuing a career in Santa Fe County, that's something that I advocate all the time, because when we have the institutional memory and the expertise, we can continue to do the work that we need to do. And elections are so important, the foundation of our democracy. So your acknowledgement and your awareness that and counting the days, thank you. I'm counting the days too. I think I can exhale November 14th. Thank you so much.
We're going to go ahead and go to a roll call vote on this item. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes, and thanks for the hard work at the clerk's office.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal, so this item passes unanimously. Congratulations. We're going to go on to our next item, which is item number 3 E, and this is a request approval of county utility line extension and development agreement between RMGA Resources LLC and Santa Fe County. And from our utilities division, we have Mr. John Dupree.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. This proposed utility line extension and development agreement is between RMGA Resources LLC and Santa Fe County. It governs the terms by which the county will make water and wastewater service available to phases 2 through 5 of the Oshara development. It consists of approximately 367 acres and has a total of 579 dwelling units. It also has 303,330 square feet of commercial development. And the total proposed water budget to support this development is 124.29 acre feet. In phase 2, it has 46.3 acre feet. Phase 3 has 17.28 acre feet. 4 has 26.52, and phase 5 has 34.19 acre feet. The developer is required to design and construct the water and wastewater extension at their sole expense, and will offer to dedicate the improvements to the county. Upon the county's acceptance by the BCC, the lines will become effective and able to serve customers within the utility or within the county. The wastewater lines provided will have sufficient excess capacity to allow connection by Oshara 1 and La Pradera. The county intends that if Oshara 1 or La Pradera are connected, the county will enter into a utility cost share agreement to pay the proportional share, then serve those residences and recover the proportional share through a monthly surcharge consistent with the process established with Hyde Park Estates acquisition and subsequent surcharge. This agreement is contingent upon the board's approval of the final plat for phases 1 and 2. If the board denies final plat approval for a subsequent phase, the county shall not be required to provide service to that or any future phase. And I also wanted to mention that the utilities provision of wastewater service is subject to a memorandum of understanding being negotiated with the city of Santa Fe. And it includes the city accepting additional wastewater from the Bajo lift station on a temporary basis until the flow from the Bajo lift station is transferred to the county's new water reclamation facility, which others may know as the Quill replacement. With that, I stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
No question, Commissioner Garcia, go ahead.
No question. I'd like to make a motion for approval and somebody seconds it for discussion. I have a lot of great comments on this project, so I just like to make a motion for approval and save my comments for
I'll second.
Which district is this in?
It's in Commissioner Hughes' district.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Garcia and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Under discussion, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this is certainly an important project and we need to approve it. I was wondering if someone could just give me a brief description of the development, what the housing is going to look like. Is this all single family? Is it, and what market is it aimed at? And the same question for the commercial development, if that's, if someone, I don't mean to take up a lot of time, but since this is in my district, I'm very interested in knowing what this is going to look like when it's built.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hughes, that's a question that, if possible, I would defer to the Growth Department Director, Ms. Penny Ellis-Green. barring her not being available or someone from her staff able to speak more to that. The extent of my understanding is that the development does still need to go through an amendment on the master plan, and the details of what you're concerned about may not be determined until that final approval. I have noticed that Ms. Jennifer Jenkins is on the available members or people that can possibly speak regarding some of that information.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the agent, Jennifer Jenkins, is on the line, and she might be able to just give a general description of the development.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, Chair, Commissioner Hughes, Commissioners. I'm Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin here on behalf of the developer, and I'd be happy to answer a few questions. So where we are with respect to the process is there's an application to amend the existing master plan for Oshara that has been moving through the county review process. It has been the Planning Commission already, and it's been approved by the Planning Commission. And our next step is pretty quickly, we are going to be coming before the BCC for approval of that master plan amendment. So that'll be happening fairly promptly. And but the project, the housing is primarily all single family housing. We are looking at really hitting a variety of price points. As a project within the community college district, 15% of the homes will be priced affordably in accordance with county regulations. And the design of the project is somewhat unique in terms of some of the designs we've seen developed in the community college district, really creating these really sweet compounds and really creating a lot of direct connection into the open space and the trail network that is being developed as part of the project as well. On the with respect to the commercial, that is really something that is going to be market driven. So we're focusing on the residential first, and then as the phases come online that include some of that commercial development, you know, that is going to be something that is going to be driven by the market in terms of what that demand is for the site. But obviously anything that would be done there would be in accordance with the community college district zoning regulations.
Well, thank you. It's good to hear that the open space is being, considered and hooking into the trail system. I think that would be very, very nice. I look forward then to seeing the, your proposals with the plat approval. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. And I did see Commissioner Hansen's hand up, so I'd like to go to Commissioner Hansen.
So with, thank you, Mr. Dupuy, and thank you, Mr. Chair. So with this approval of this utility line, it will make sure that Oshara Village 1 will be able to transfer to a wastewater line and will be part of our system.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hansen, that is correct. It will enable to connect to the Santa Fe County utility with the line constructed by the developer, and would then in the future, as mentioned, there's temporary service by the city for treatment until the county can construct a redirect from the biolift station to its treatment facility.
And what kind of agreement will we work out with Oshara 1? Will they be, they have had a tremendous challenge with their package plant. And so I want to make sure that those people are not being inundated with a high rate of being charged for wastewater, and is the developer doing anything to help them be whole in this?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hansen, that is something that is a continued and important concern as we move forward with the developer to ensure that it's something that the customers and the utility can afford. I mentioned that there is a surcharge that we would get consistent with the approach utilized for Hyde Park Estates, where we look at the current bills that the customers pay and try to ensure that their bills do not increase by reducing the monthly charge but extending the time frame in which they, and the current estimates are around $25 surcharge and time frame. That surcharge is monthly, and the ultimate cost of construction is what would determine the final numbers, because to connect Oshara 1 to the line, the developer would be provided a pro rata portion of the construction costs relative to the number of connections being made and the number of connections available in the pipe capacity.
Okay. Commissioner Hansen, I think you're muted.
I didn't mute myself. Thank you. So is this dialogue is continuing with Oshara Village 1 to make sure that they're going to get wastewater service, then I know that Oshara 1 already gets county water. So this next phase of Oshara 2 will also be getting water from the county through their water rights agreement, and then they'll temporarily be using the wastewater plant, Paseo wastewater plant, and then once we complete the repairs and upgrade at the Quill plant, this will move over to our plant. Am I getting this correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, that's absolutely correct.
Okay. And then on the water budget, so in phase 2, they have 46.3 acre feet. So how many houses do they plan to build in the second phase?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, if you give me a moment, I'll calculate the amount. But the amount is assuming it's all residential connections. Unless I could be assisted by the agent.
It's a couple of hundred homes in phase 2.
Pardon, Ms. Jenkins, I can't hear you.
Sorry, it would be a couple of hundred homes, depending on the final budget, the homes.
So what are you planning on for your water budget?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, the water budget would support 154 homes.
Oh, it's 154, my apologies.
Okay. So the water budget would support 150 some homes. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for the moment. I am mostly concerned about the people in Oshara Village 1 and making sure that they are made whole through this process, into that they have decent and acceptable wastewater service.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Commissioner Hamilton, did you have any additional questions? You were the seconder.
I was just wondering what Commissioner Hansen means by having the residents made whole. I'm not sure I follow the issue.
So I'll try and explain it a little bit. Oshara 1 has a package plant that was turned over to the HOA, and it was not really adequate. It wasn't. I mean, it is running okay now, but there was some issues early on with that package plant. And this is one of the same developers that did development on Area 1. And many of these residents have struggled with wastewater service and different issues. And so what I mean by made whole is that they have adequate service. I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes. Did you have any additional comments, sir? I know you. Oh, we came to you earlier. I'm sorry. Commissioner Garcia, actually, he was the motioner. Did you have any additional comments, Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just choking up on a little bit of some these great New Mexico chili. However, in that valley down in there in Commissioner Hughes' district is there's like 2 or 3 different treatment plants, and I would like to commend the developer because he's actually getting everything connected. Let's just put them all together. This treatment plant, this treatment plant, this treatment plant. Let's all get it connected, and let's take it to the Quill plant. The Quill plant is the county's plant off of State Road 14. And I tried to change the name of it, and the reason why it was called the Quill plant is because of penitentiary, Quill. But I guess somebody told me the other day that they changed the name of it. But I would like to commend the developer to connecting Oshara 1, Oshara 2, and everybody else down that valley there, because whenever the county approved the SDLC, the new code, that's what it's about. Let's get the developer to pay for stuff and interconnect everybody else. And so I just like to throw that on the table, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for putting that on public record, Commissioner Garcia. If there's not any other questions, Commissioner Hughes, I'll go back to you, sir.
Thank you. I'll try and I just had one other question I forgot to ask, which is whether the agreement with the city has already been reached, since that's sort of the interim plan. Is that all set up, or is that an agreement still to be done?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, the agreement is currently being negotiated, and there's a water and wastewater review team process that does take an extended period of time. We do have ample enough time to accomplish that and stay on schedule to have the project completed when the Northeast-Southeast connector construction is complete as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. If there's no other questions from commissioners, I'll go to a roll call vote. We have a motion and a second. The motion was from Commissioner Garcia, second from Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chair, this is the manager. I just wanted to make something clear because it seems to have gotten a little bit confused. This agreement is only for the Arroyos de Santa Fe. And once that line is in, it will take separate actions between Oshara 1 and the county and any of the other developments along that line, and the residents of those developments to want to hook into the Santa Fe County sewer system. And as John said, be assessed a additional fee, because we would need to compensate the developer for the infrastructure. I just want to make sure that it's understood that doing this agreement does not make it automatic that Oshara 1 will be hooked into the Santa Fe County sewer system or that La Pradera would be. They would have to go through a process much like Hyde Park did to become county water customers. And that would require separate agreements and a completely separate process. So it seemed to get a little bit confused that putting this line in makes that automatically happen, but it doesn't. It would take separate agreements, separate actions with those HOAs or those other sewer utilities.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Any other questions or follow-up questions to Manager Miller's clarification? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Garcia?
Just for the record, Mr. Chair, yes, this is why the SDLC was created for that district, and I commend the developer once again to bringing this forward because this is what it's about. So yes, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item does pass unanimously. Thank you very much. We're going to go on to item number 3F. And this is request potential action on interim permits to be issued by Pueblo de San Ildefonso pursuant to the settlement agreement between Santa Fe County, San Ildefonso, and the U.S. Department of Interior concerning certain county-maintained roads within San Ildefonso. And from the Public Works Department, we have Mr. Gary Giron.
Actually, Mr. Chair, this is Greg Schaefer at the County Attorney's Office, and I'll be the initial presenter with regard to these items, if it's okay with the chair.
That's fine. Please proceed, Attorney Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Before you today are actually two types of interim permits. Two that will be issued to the County of Santa Fe, and two that will be issued for the benefit of private landowners within the exterior boundaries of the Pueblo de San Ildefonso. With regard to the two permits to be issued to the county, we are asking and recommending your approval of those permits, as the county will be a party to them. With regard to the two interim permits to be issued for the benefit of private landowners, we are presenting them to you for your information. And should you choose to express an opinion on them, we would recommend that you acknowledge that those interim permits for the benefit of private landowners are consistent with the settlement agreement, as well as an act adopted by the Pueblo de San Ildefonso called the Interim Road Access Authorization Act of 2018. So with that by way of overview, we've prepared and included in your packet a detailed memorandum that goes through each of the four interim permits in some detail and compares the terms of those permits both to the settlement agreement as well as to the individual, as well as the Interim Road Access Authorization Act of 2018. I'm not going to repeat that detail during my presentation. Instead, I'm going to provide a general overview and reminder of what the settlement agreement between San Ildefonso and the U.S. Department of the Interior provides, and then hit the highlights, so to speak, with regard to each of the interim permits before myself and Director Giron stand for questions. So with regard to the settlement agreement overview, as the board will remember, county maintained roads that are the subject of the settlement agreement will become or will be replaced by Bureau of Indian Affairs roads that are maintained by the county pursuant to a road maintenance agreement between the county, Pueblo, and BIA. The county will construct a new road, Yellowbird Road, which will replace county maintained road 84C, 84D, and Sandy Way, where those roads cross Pueblo land. The county will also construct a new BIA road, Blue Dove Road. And finally, county maintained road 84, 84A, 84B, and the northern segment of county maintained road 101D will become BIA roads. Rights of way will be issued for both the new roads and the existing roads by the Pueblo, where the rights of way cross Pueblo land, and by the county, where rights of way across private land for a total period of 198 years. That's an initial term of 99 years with an automatic renewal term of 99 years. The subject to any extension by the parties and as otherwise provided in the settlement agreement, the rights of way are to be issued and Yellowbird Road and Blue Dove Road constructed by April 12, 2023. And that's 5 years after the effective date of the settlement agreement. So the settlement agreement in Section 9 specifically calls out for three different types of what we're calling interim permits. Specifically, Section 9 of the settlement agreement provides that the Pueblo will grant the county a temporary public road access permit for county maintained road 84C, 84D, and Sandy Way. It further provides that the Pueblo will provide legal access to all private land through a legislative grant of temporary access, and will also grant specific temporary access across Pueblo land to individual landowners seeking such specific access. To implement Section 9 of the settlement agreement, the Pueblo de San Ildefonso enacted the Interim Road Access Authorization Act of 2018, a copy of which was included in your packet material. So in addition to that Section 9, the settlement agreement also provides that between the effective date and the date of the execution of the road maintenance agreement, the county will continue to maintain county maintained road 84, 84A, 84B, and the northern segment of county maintained road 101D, and that the Pueblo will timely issue permits and such other authorizations as may be necessary for the county to work lawfully on Pueblo land. So consistent with those other provisions, the county staff requested and the Pueblo agreed to issue a permit authorizing the county to enter on Pueblo lands for the purpose of maintaining county maintained road 84, 84A, 84B, and the northern segment of county maintained road 101D. So moving forward then in terms of the individual interim permits, and again, they're called interim permits because they're meant to apply during this interim period we are currently in until the applicable long-term solution is implemented. So they all provide that their term is through April 12, 2023, or until the applicable long-term solution is implemented, whichever occurs first. And they all recognize that the San Ildefonso governor may extend the permits if the applicable long-term solution is not implemented by April 12, 2023. So I'm going to start with the temporary global public road access authorization for private landowners. This is Exhibit C to the memo and in your packet material. In terms of highlights, this global public road access authorization would apply to all of the county maintained roads that are the subject of the settlement agreement and would grant temporary access over Pueblo land two private landowners and their invitees who access their property from an existing identified access point or common access point. In addition, as required by the settlement agreement, a private landowner who would desire to change their existing access point or common access point would have to get the approval of both the county and the Pueblo to do so. It's important to understand that under this temporary global public road authorization, that it's generally applicable to all private landowners. So it does not list individual private landowners on that interim permit, nor does it identify specific private land. Nobody has to apply for this interim permit. It's going to be granted as a legislative grant of authority, authorization for access pursuant to the Interim Authorization Act enacted by the Tribal Council. And there's no fee for this interim permit. So again, it's global, it's legislative, and the governor will issue it unilaterally without any request from anyone. The second interim permit for private landowners is Exhibit D, which is attached to your packet material. It is property specific and landowner specific, and will be issued only at the request of an individual landowner and payment of a $100 processing fee, which is consistent with the settlement agreement, which allows for such a processing fee up to that amount. The highlights relative to this interim permit include the following. It's only issued upon request of a private landowner. It does list the individual private landowner or would do so on the permit. It would also list or identify specific private land that will have access from the the county maintained road mentioned in the permit. It does require payment of a $100 processing fee, but again, that fee would apply only if an individual private landowner decided that they desired such an individual permit and requested it from the Pueblo. Nothing in the settlement agreement requires anybody to obtain this individual property specific permit, and it is very much the individual private landowner's decision as to whether or not they wish to pursue it. The third interim permit that is before the board today is one that would be issued to the county. It's a temporary public road permit for county maintained road 84C, 84D, and Sandy Way. Again, this is one of the interim permits specifically called out in Section 9 of the settlement agreement. It authorizes continued public use of those three roads, access by private landowners and their invitees from those three roads, and maintenance by the county of those three roads at the county's expense during the term of the interim permit. It, as with all of the interim permits, prohibits private landowners from changing their access points, i.e. from building new driveways across Pueblo land or onto county maintained roads without the Pueblo's and county's prior approval. That's required by the settlement agreement. It also provides, amongst other terms, that the county has to remain within designated areas for each of the roads. So our maintenance activities cannot enlarge the existing roadways or change their locations or otherwise result in construction activities. And then finally, the fourth permit before the board today is a maintenance permit for county maintained road 84, 84A, 84B, and the northern segment of county maintained road 101D. And this interim permit would grant the county the right to maintain those roads and would otherwise contain terms that are substantially similar to the temporary public road permit for county maintained road 84C, 84D, and Sandy Way. In advance of presenting these items or these interim permits to the Board of County Commissioners today, staff did endeavor to do some specific public outreach to District 1 residents. We emailed District 1 residents on Saturday, September 26, 2020, providing them with links to these interim permits as well as to the San Ildefonso settlement agreement. We alerted them in that email that the board would be considering the interim permits, the Board of County Commissioners, that is, at today's meeting. And we also informed them of a public forum that was attended by Commissioner Chair Roybal and county staff at 6 p.m. on Thursday, October 1st, 2020. Not only did we provide a general update on implementation of road settlement agreements, but we did go over the interim permits as well in detail at that public outreach meeting. We endeavored to include within your memo the primary concerns or questions that we took away from those meetings, or that meeting, excuse me, from the public. Concern number one was with regard to resolution of disputes involving private landowners in the Pueblo with regard to interim permits issued for the benefit of private landowners, and specifically Section 1.9 of the Interim Road Access Authorization Act of 2018 provides that such disputes would be resolved in the courts of the Pueblo. The county's response to that concern is that, that provision is not inconsistent with the settlement agreement because we did not negotiate any different terms relative to such resolution of private disputes. In addition, by having consenting to suit in the courts of the Pueblo, it does provide a forum through which disputes can be heard. Ordinarily, as you all know, tribal governments are generally enjoy sovereign immunity and so can't be sued without their consent. So this does consent to suit in courts of the Pueblo. So it does provide a forum. And then finally, we wouldn't anticipate there being a lot of such disputes because the only material obligation that landowners have under the interim permits is really to continue using their designated access points. And so we would not anticipate there being a lot of such disputes. Concern number two was with regard to the $100 processing fee for the individual property-specific interim permit. County's staff's response to that is that this is consistent with the settlement agreement, which authorizes the Pueblo to charge a processing fee up to that amount, and that further, nothing in the settlement agreement requires payment of that fee unless an individual private landowner determines that such an interim permit specific to them is in their best interest. Concern number three was a question really of why someone would want or need an individual property specific interim permit. Obviously, while we can't provide advice to private citizens as to when that might make sense for them, we could only think of three primary reasons why an individual private landowner might want or need an interim permit specific to them and for their specific property. That would be individual peace of mind that would come with having such a permit issued by the Pueblo governor to them for their property, confirmation that the access point that they're using is in fact the recognized access point for the parcel, and perhaps to the extent such an interim permit may be relevant as part of a financial transaction. Those were the primary concerns that staff took away from that meeting, which were of a global, I guess, a global nature and not individual property specific. Obviously, other things were discussed at that meeting, and we did not purport to try and capture all of the dialogue and all of the questions relative to other aspects of the settlement agreement or other issues going on in the Milwaukee Valley, but instead focused this memo with regard to the interim permits. So with that, I would just summarize by saying that with regard to the interim permits to the county, staff is requesting the board's approval and recommending that approval as they are consistent with the settlement agreement and the Interim Road Access Authorization Act of 2018. With regard to the interim permits for private landowners, they're presented for informational purposes, and should the board want to weigh in on their substance, the recommendation would be that the board pass a separate motion acknowledging that those interim permits are consistent with the settlement agreement and the Interim Road Authorization Act of 2018. With that, I would turn it over to Public Works Department Director Harone to see if he has anything to add to the staff presentation. And regardless, we'd be pleased to stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Greg, thank you for that presentation. The only thing I wanted to add is that I thought it was a very productive community meeting, and we had quite a bit of input. And what we are doing right now is we have collected all of the questions that were asked via chat or in the open session, and we are answering those questions now. We will get the answers back to each one of the community residents, and then we are working to set up a frequently asked questions page on the County Public Works website so that people can see what questions were asked and how they were answered, and we will have that ongoing. And then as we move ahead with the rest of the activity related to the road acceptance agreements, we will be having meetings with individuals that are affected or zones of folks that might have something in common. We will be carrying on those conversations. And we are coordinating a mailing so that people will have specific information about their parcel of land and how it might be impacted with the road settlement agreements. And we will stand for questions.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer and Director Hiron. I appreciate it. I just want to clarify for the public edification that we, all the questions that were asked that were relative to the interim permits with San Ildefonso, those questions were all answered, and we posted those answers or emailed them directly to the constituents. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, we are in that process right now, and we are doing that. And some of the individual meetings have started to happen. We are probably 40% of the way through that process. It should be done by the end of this week.
Mr. Chair, and if I could, and commissioners, so with regard to the interim permits themselves, there were not many questions or comments. We've summarized the ones of global applicability here. In addition, there was a question, I think, that was specific to a property owner about their status under previously issued authorizations from the Pueblo, and we would be prepared to get back to that individual directly based upon our communications with the Pueblo. But relative to the interim permits themselves, again, there weren't much in the way of comments or questions, and I think we've addressed those globally applicable ones here or at the public meeting itself. I think what Mr. Harron was also describing were questions that were asked about the road settlement agreement generally. For example, there were requests for clarification about whether or not the new roads would be located entirely on Pueblo land. There were some questions about the flood event used for engineering purposes, etc. So I think that was the lion's share of what Mr. Harron was describing in terms of additional questions and answers that would be developed and posted on our webpage. Did I get that right, Gary?
That is correct.
Okay, and so just so for clarification, once again, I realize that there were questions that were asked that weren't specific to the interim permits. But my question is, questions that were asked that were specific to interim permits were addressed. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, yes, they were addressed either at the meeting on October 1st or in this memo. And then again, there was one specific follow-up question that I described that will be interfacing directly with the person who asked it on.
Okay, and those answers have already been sent out to on those specific questions that were specific to the interim permits, right? They've already been sent out to the public, or we're not waiting to send those out after we do this approval, correct? Or consider it.
Mr. Chair, they've been posted on our website for today's board meeting, and we will include them in the road settlement agreement specific webpage on the county website. And two of the specific concerns were also addressed proactively because we had been asked them in advance of the October 1st public meeting. So I think the short answer is that with regard to those global questions, that information is in the public domain, and we'll take additional steps to make sure that it's out there on the road settlement agreement specific webpage. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does, Attorney Schaefer. I just want to make sure that we've already sent out the answers for these specific concerns in regards to the interim permits. I do want to ask too, as far as I know, we talked about getting approval for maintenance in a timely manner from San Alfonso on these on road maintenance. Do you know what the definition of timely would be in this regards?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, with regard to maintenance activities, the terms of the interim permits, require that we notify them of ongoing maintenance. It's not an approval requirement per se, but it's a notification requirement, so they know when we'll be doing maintenance on roads and the general dates on which that will be done. Obviously, if they had questions or concerns, that would prompt an inquiry, but it's not technically an approval of maintenance activities. To the extent that the question was focusing on construction activities, which is something different than what currently exists. The settlement agreement generally provides that the county, currently does not have any plans to do construction activities on the roads. And I believe it goes on to say that any such construction activity would be consistent with the grants of the rights of way to the BIA and the road maintenance agreement between the parties. So again, with regard to maintenance, which is maintaining what's already there, it's a notification requirement, not an approval requirement.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So as far as maintenance versus construction, I know that we've had this discussion in the past, and I believe that, in some regards, when you're maintaining, even a ditch and you have to remove material or, to build up the sides or whatever you have to do. That's part of maintenance. But with the regards to the road, if we have to add material to make the road in better shape for grading, that at that point would be considered construction. And as a follow-up question, if we have chip seal roads in the future that have a pothole that we have to fill, are we going to have to do, is that considered construction? And at that point, how long will it take to fill a pothole or to get material, be able to get approval for material to go down on roads or anything in that effect?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, with regard to construction activity on Yellowbird Road and Blue Dove Road, you are correct. We are working to have the final driving surface for those roads to be, I believe it is 4 inches of recycled asphalt pavement with a single layer of chip seal. My own view would be that once those final driving surfaces are constructed, that repairing a pothole would be considered maintenance. But that would be spelled out and defined in the road maintenance agreement between the county, BIA, and the Pueblo. The county, BIA and the Pueblo, which has not yet been negotiated and would ultimately be subject to the Board of County Commissioners approval at a later date.
So that would be maintenance of chip sealed roads. Would that also include adding material to dirt roads to improve their driving surface, or would that only be to chip sealed roads?
Mr. Chair, I believe that it would depend specifically on what material is being added and whether or not it would be consistent with maintaining what is there or changing the driving surface in such a way that it would, fall outside the definition of maintenance. And forgive me if that sounds like a very circular answer, but I think we would have to get pretty precise as to what exactly it is that we're contemplating doing by way of adding additional material, what that material is, what impact that could potentially have on surrounding areas, etc.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could add to Greg's answer, is that in those circumstances, as we do now, we would probably be required to get a permit to be able to do the work. That has been a pretty straightforward process where we get agreement on what we're going to do and then have access to be able to do that, which might be adding material or working in some of the arroyos. So I don't see that as an insurmountable hurdle.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hiron. And in your experience in the past, how long does it take to get this type of approval?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, our experience has been is a matter of weeks, not months, for us to be able to work through this process with the Pueblos.
Okay, thank you for that information. I just wanted to clarify and make sure where we're at. That basically, I think that adding material like clay to a sandy road that we've maybe had in the past shouldn't be as much of an issue than, of course, putting down a material like asphalt or anything else. So I think, to maintain the durability of that road, I think that, adding clay or or that type of material, whatever the roads department recommends, is something that's crucial to make sure that we're not just throwing away money maintaining these roads and not having a good surface. So I think we should be proactive in making sure we can do those. And just as a last question, when do you think we might be able to? When are we going to be working with the Pueblos to get this information, or with San Ildefonso specifically, to work through how we would determine maintenance versus construction.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the settlement agreement requires the road maintenance agreement for particular roads to be entered into soon after the Secretary of the Interior grants the rights of way for those roads. So, assuming that we are looking to construct phase 1 of Yellowbird Road in 2021, which would be to do the grading and the earthwork and have a temporary dirt driving surface, or the subgrade as the driving surface. That means that the right-of-ways would have to be issued before that work is done, and then the road maintenance agreement would come soon thereafter. So we'd be looking at least for the first road maintenance agreement, which would likely be a template for any future road maintenance agreements, to be approved by the board next year.
Okay, thank you. And I did have one other question. I did have constituents that called me that reside within the interior boundaries of the pueblo, and of San Alfonso Pueblo, and I just wanted to ask that maybe if the county, I've already talked to some of the representatives of San Alfonso Pueblo, and trying to figure out if there's a way we can work together to possibly put something out on the website, even the county website, if it helps the Pueblo get the word out on how the residents, which I believe are at least between 20 and 30 residents that live within the interior boundaries that access directly onto tribal roads, how we can help the Pueblo to be able to work with them to get the word out on how they would need to work with the Pueblo to get their agreements in place in case they need them for title insurance, or I would imagine that title insurance would be the biggest reason, even whether they're refinancing or selling within those boundaries. So I know it's something that we didn't negotiate with these road agreements. We only negotiated on the exterior boundaries, but I'd like to see if we can work with San Alfonso to get work with the constituents and get information out.
Mr. Chair, staff would be pleased to take that request to Pueblo representatives and follow up with them on that in periodic meetings we have scheduled to address issues as they arise.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. And there was one other request, and I wondered if the county had looked at it. I know that Yellowbird was a loop at one point, and one of the sides wasn't a loop anymore because it didn't seem feasible. Now there's been questions and wondering whether or not it has to be a loop on the west side of Yellowbird. And I know that there really isn't residents on that west side of Yellowbird, so I thought if the county didn't have to make it a loop, and it just ended on both sides, maybe that would save the county some money as far as constructing these roads, but something to look at and consider possibly. So just another thought out there, but I want to go to other commissioners if they have questions as well. So I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia. Do you have any questions relative to this item?
Mr. Chair, yes, thank you. Excellent questions. This excellent job that the county has done. And so some of the questions you see, intermediate permit, what does intermediate mean? Is that like a temporary permit, not a temporary permit? Is that one question? Also, the governors of the Pueblos have to approve the what's called a intermittent permit. So if there's another governor, can they actually, in the next 2 or 3 years, rescind that permit? Also, in regard to Attorney Schaefer, you talked about temporary access. through these permits. Are the title companies okay with these temporary access points? And then also in regards to public outreach, I know we're all about social media and internet, but there might be some elders out there. My grandma doesn't have a cell phone. She has a landline. She doesn't know what internet is about. So how did we actually reach out to the people that don't have internet, and how did that work? So, and those are the 3 or 4 comments that I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Garcia, I will answer the last question, and I'm sure Greg is ready to answer the first questions. The last question is that as we move forward, we are planning to do a mailing to any of the residents that are affected so that they have specific information about their property and how it might be affected. So that should overcome the barriers of people that don't have connectivity.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to the other questions, I jotted down, I think 3. First was, why are we calling them interim permits? And that's because they expire on the deadline for us to implement the long-term solutions, which are the 198-year rights of way and construction of new roads. So that's why we decided to call them interim permits for shorthand, is that they do have a shelf life. Secondly, our rights are set forth in the settlement agreements, and the interim permits to the county make clear that they're not an amendment to the settlement agreement or otherwise modify their terms, but are there to implement it. And presuming that we are in compliance with the settlement agreement and the terms of the interim permits, I would not view it likely that a future governor would attempt to revoke the interim permits issued to the county, assuming we were in compliance. But if that were to come to pass, then we did negotiate 2 things. One, the interim permit says we get notice and an opportunity to cure if there is in fact a breach of a material condition. And then secondly, if it was being done arbitrarily, we would have the waiver of sovereign immunity that we specifically negotiated in the settlement agreement with the Pueblo to enforce. So to sum up, if it was an inappropriate or unauthorized authorization, then there is an avenue available to the county to seek redress of that. With regard to the title companies specifically, we did reach out to at least one representative of a title company and provide the interim permits to them. I believe that there were at least a representative of another title company at the public meeting. And to the best of my knowledge, we've not received any negative feedback relative to the interim permits. I think those are all the questions that I took down, Commissioner Garcia. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Attorney Schaefer. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia and Attorney Schaefer. Commissioner Hansen, did you have any questions?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
I'd like to make the motion. It's my district, but do you have any additional questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Commissioner Hamilton?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
No. Commissioner Hughes, did you have any questions? I know you're relatively new to the whole situation.
No, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to thank Attorney Schaefer and Director Hiron for spending an hour with me this morning to explain this. And I'm not as behind as I was, but I'm still catching up.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. So if I don't have any additional questions, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the interim agreement. I do want to go back to Greg because I believe he asked for 2 separate motions. Is that correct, Attorney Schaefer?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the motion would be to approve the interim permits to be issued to Santa Fe County. That would be motion 1. And motion 2 would be to acknowledge that the interim permits for private landowners are consistent with the settlement agreement and the Interim Road Access Authorization Act of 2018.
Okay. So I will go ahead and make the motion as requested by our Attorney Schaefer.
I'll second it.
We have a second from Commissioner Hanson. Anything else under discussion? Was it Commissioner Hanson? I'm sorry. Yeah, right.
We are approving the interim permit to issue to Santa Fe County.
That is correct.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously. And so I'm going to go ahead and make the second motion that Mr. Schaefer has summarized for us. Do I hear a second?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. A motion from Commissioner Roybal, a second from Commissioner Hanson. I'm going to go to a roll call vote once again. Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So we have approved this item number E, or actually item number F, request potential action on interim permits with Pueblo San Ildefonso. So with that, we'll go on to our next item. And item number G has been withdrawn. So the next item is matters from public concern. So do we have anybody from the public that has signed up to address the commission? Ms. Mascareñas?
Mr. Chair, we did have one sign up. I'm not sure if he is present for the meeting. His name is Peter Grimm.
Okay. Mr. Grimm, are you present, sir? Okay, Tessa, if we can unmute just for a moment, and I'll ask one more time if there's anybody from the public that would like to address the commission.
Absolutely.
I'll talk to her because I gotta call her and
okay, so
see what she's talking about.
Is there anybody
and
from the public
see if it
that
kicks
would like
over. And I'll send you her information.
Tessa, did we mute a little bit early? I wasn't sure. I could hear a bunch of talk. And then if you could,
Yeah, I can unmute.
Okay,
I can unmute one more time.
Okay, is there anybody from the public that would like to address the commission? Please state your name if there is.
Well, and that's kind of like what she said, but then like, it's like I asked PJ, I said, why the hell did
It
we
sounds
change
like there
contract
isn't.
laws?
So item number 4, matters of public concern. And we're going to move on to item number 5, and this is matters from the county manager. 5A is a miscellaneous COVID-19 update. Manager Miller, are you going to report on these items individually, or are you going to go ahead and report on all of them?
Mr. Chair, I have some updates relative to, hold on, I got 2 computers going, updates relative to COVID-19 and some miscellaneous updates, and then I have some things that I'd like Gary Heron to talk to you about. Then I want to go back to an award that our finance department received, and then also an update on some negotiations with El Dorado. So the first thing was miscellaneous COVID updates. As I'm sure many of you are aware, COVID cases have increased in the state as well as in the county. The the rolling average for the past 7 days, October 1st through the 7th, was 244. And we hit an all-time high in the state of 486 on October 11th. We've been fairly steady, but we've also had some bad days and some of our worst days. So, that does definitely have us concerned. We've ramped up our public awareness campaign. We've focused on the 98507 zip code, and we've also really been pushing another campaign, the Low and Slow campaign in northern Santa Fe County in northern New Mexico. And we're also going to be working on another campaign for the southern part of the county. We have developed specific outreach materials for the Connect program, trying to make sure that people do know how to access the Connect services. And we've increased several of our contracts with our contractors for Connect. We are delivering approximately 2,700 meals a week to seniors. As you know, we still don't have our senior centers open for congregate meals and probably won't for quite some time, considering the number of cases that we're seeing out there. We also had weekly food distribution from Food Depot, and 146 bags were delivered to seniors. The bags contain canned food, non-perishables, as well as fresh produce. We're also still doing high-risk medical appointments, transportation to those appointments, and we're doing about 7 per day on those. Also, we've received over 451 self-initiated assistance requests through the Connect program, the website, and to date, we've delivered 3,996 grocery boxes that have been distributed out in the community, and 566 of those were delivered to individuals who are homebound. Also, we have the small business grant program with the CARES Act money has started to accept applications last week, and staff is busy working on receiving those applications and processing them. And we also increased the hours for appointments at 100 Catron. We're serving visitors now from 9 to 4 with the increased activity that we're having with individuals be paying their taxes, questions regarding voting, and quite a few appointments with growth management. As you've seen, the construction industry is one of the few areas where jobs have increased over last year at this time. If you read the article in the paper, so we're seeing increase in permit applications. Also, the governor came out today with some additional restrictions based on the increase in COVID cases around the state. Now, restaurants or establishments that serve food or drink have to close at 10. Hotel occupancy was reduced. I think if you had received a COVID safe certificate, you could be at 75% occupancy before it was reduced to 60%. And then I think others were reduced to, I think it was 40%. And then quarantine from high-risk states has also been reinstituted, where you could have if you had a negative test from coming from one of those states, you didn't have to do the 14-day quarantine, and now the 14-day quarantine has been reinstituted, as well as no mass gatherings of over 5. We had gone to 10, and it has now been reduced to no greater than 5. So all that happened today while we were in BCC. That said, we've been, staff, I can't stress enough how much Rachel and the CARES Act team have been pushing funding out the door, get it out to our businesses, to our residents, and also working to get services to individuals. One of the things that came up in the last BCC meeting was questions about broadband, and I wanted to give the board some updates on what we have been doing. I think, it's become very evident that broadband is severely lacking across the country, but also in certain parts of rural Santa Fe County, as well as throughout New Mexico. But we've been actually trying to tackle some of that with the housing staff and our economic development staff, working on jointly with some other entities on how we can increase access to the internet. The Information Technology Disaster Resource Center is making Wi-Fi hotspots at 7 community centers in the county, as well as the Milwaukee Fire Station. These locations were chosen because we have connection to internet already in the building. And then we're adding Wi-Fi hotspots to provide free internet service in particular spaces like the parking lot. So while these facilities aren't necessarily open to the public, the parking lot has free Wi-Fi access, and the objective is to allow students to download homework assignments. And we received funding for this program through grants, and the maintenance will be done by the Information Technology Disaster Resource Center. And then we have completed, it's very small print, but I think we've completed the Milwaukee Fire Station, El Rancho, Camino Jacobo, Chimaya Senior Center, which is the Benny J. Chavez, Santa Cruz Senior Center, the La Cienega Community Center. We're working on the Nancy Rodriguez as we speak, Edgewood Senior Center, and El Dorado. So I did want you to know that has occurred. Also, the CARES Act grant is funding a broadband build in Santa Cruz for $300,000. So we are, as I said, we are using some of the CARES Act money, getting that out the door. We're coordinating with the town of Espanola to connect the crisis center through public housing development to the Boys and Girls Club and the Abaddon Lopez Community Center, to the McCurdy Ministries campus. And then this expansion should be done by the end of the year. Also, Rio Arriba County and Santa Fe County are working through ReadyNet to expand service in Chimayo. And a company by the name of ATNI is also helping with the expansion. No cost for this has been determined yet. Hopefully we'll be able to use some CARES Act money if it can be done before that expires. We're discussing with the city of Santa Fe to have ReadyNet interconnect to the Santa Fe fiber system. And this is essential for the county to be able to connect the north and south part of Santa Fe County. The city is currently lacking a director of IT and an IT architect. Those positions are vacant. And so until they have those positions filled at the city, I think our movement on this initiative will probably be a little slower, but once it's completed, both networks will complement each other and create an expanded network that would benefit both the city and the county. Also, our community development division is onboarding a Vista volunteer that will be assigned to help with broadband, the update of the economic development plan, and the affordable housing plan. The Vista volunteer, his name is Nate Crail, will be writing a white paper prioritizing areas of expansion in Santa Fe County based on current and future resources. And he's also exploring regulatory and administrative and financial aspect of broadband deployment. And then also ReadyNet has a POP, or a point of presence, in South Santa Fe, and that will help us bring service to the Bahia Vista community. There's not been a detailed dollar figure put to this yet, but expected to also be around the $300,000 range. And this would be there for us to connect to the Housing Authority and the Santa Fe Boys and Girls Club. So I just wanted to let you know, those are things that we are currently doing with broadband. I know that Commissioner Hanson and I had a conversation last week about having a broadband special study session. So I was hoping to get some feedback from the board when they might be available for that. If the board is interested in having a special study session. We had initially talked, Commissioner Hanson and I initially talked about doing it in 2 weeks from today. My only concern with that is that that's our regular BCC meeting as well as our housing meeting. And it might make for a pretty long day if we also tried to do another board meeting in the form of a study session on broadband. But we could give that a try. I also would have some concerns in trying to get everything together. As I said, the staff that's working on this, that would be putting together a special study session, is also the staff that's working on the business opportunity grants and the housing assistance grants, and getting the CARES Act money spent. So I would just caution that there's only so much human capacity to put a board meeting together on a specific subject such as broadband, and that staff is already pretty heavily burdened with getting the CARES Act money out the door for the business grants. So with that, I would like to just pause for a minute before I give some other updates to see what the board's thoughts are on the study session. And I'm sure Commissioner Hanson would like to add to what her thoughts were on having that study session.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. So I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson, and then I'll go to other commissioners and see if there's any additional questions. Commissioner Hanson?
Commissioner, you're muted.
Thank you very much. So what I was thinking about is, thank you for all the updates, and I'm happy to hear that we're moving forward with a number of things, because I think that it's really important that we have that ability to get the money, the CARES money, out the door. But what I was thinking of was more like a 90-minute session, and maybe we could do this. I wasn't really actually thinking at the next board meeting, but maybe at a separate meeting, like in the afternoon. I know for Commissioner Roybal, it's better to possibly do something in the afternoon. So, if we kept it to a 90-minute session, and we could have a brief intro by Chris and Alex. We could also include the Chamber Working Group, which has been working on this for over 2 years. And they also include the county, the schools, and the city, and small business and ReadyNet. And then the goals: expand access to affordable and adequate broadband for education, healthcare, home, business, and economic development. Reach underserved and at-risk communities. Definitions of broadband, fiber, wireless, coaxial, Wi-Fi, ISP, the last mile, middle mile, etc. Like a short-term goal is, to get antennas out But in the a long-term goal is to do fiber, and that seems to be what people are really interested in. Maybe a local map, local providers who's providing what service. User cases like education, public safety, telehealth, economic development, entertainment, the film industry, available technology, finance, examples of community systems as model, the key stakeholders, which are the county, the city, the public schools, the film industry, the state, Prez, Christus St. Vincent's, there's others, and working together with ReadyNet and possibly the MPO and recommendations moving forward. So, I know that this is a task force, a regional key stakeholder, address the intermediate critical needs, CARE Act money, if possible, use ReadyNet, interconnect and buy city services, develop a medium and long range with new development codes and financing, and develop regional partnerships. And so I just want to share that some of the things that I was thinking about that we could talk about in a study session. And also, I see how it is challenging for all of us. The internet is not stable, and sometimes we don't always have the modes that we need to connect. Some of us have better access than others. And so I would hope, that we could find an afternoon, like sometime maybe in the next 2 weeks, after 4 o'clock, so that Commissioner doesn't interfere with Commissioner Roybal, but maybe on a Monday, maybe on the 20th. I don't know if that's enough time. I also don't want to take away from Chris and everyone working on trying to get the CARES money out the door. So, maybe we wait until the 29th. I think I have a meeting on the 29th. Thursdays are a bad day, but maybe the first week in November. So I'm just throwing those out as ideas for the rest of the commission to think about, and see if anybody else is interested. When I mentioned this before, other people said they were interested in broadband, so I wanted to start pulling together some ideas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Any other questions or comments from the rest of the board? I'll look for a show of hands. I'll go to Commissioner Garcia, and then Commissioner Hamilton and Commissioner Hughes.
Really quick, Mr. Chair, thank you, Commissioner Hamilton, for bringing this forward at our special meeting the other day. But for the ex-fire chief Stan Holden, great guy, and just want to say a little prayer for him and his family. And great guy, great, awesome. They all are, but Stan actually created our fire department. Commissioner Hamilton, thank you for bringing that forward. That's just, those of us that work with Stan Holden, Chief Holden. Anyhow, bring that up again. So one of the things, the Association of the General Contractors booklet, I just want to thank staff and everybody who worked on that building on Catherine Avenue. We got the best in show. And somebody forwarded that to me, not existing staff, but somebody forwarded that to me as that building got best in show for in the entire state. The Association of General Contractors Association. Also, the Mountain Valley Healthcare Facility got design build in the entire state. So because of staff and because of our voters that voted for the general obligation bond, we actually show and best design build in the entire state. So staff, thank you. And the that voted for it, thank you, because we have a GOV bond coming up next in the next 22 days. but I just wanted to bring that forward, and thank you for that. And just really quick, Manager Miller, I see Anna on the. I just need to know what's happening with the equestrian facility down south. We don't have to talk about it now, but can somebody please give me a call on it tomorrow? I'd appreciate it. And other than that, Mr. Chair, thank you, staff, and everybody that works for Santa Fe County and our citizens. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Ms. Bransford, did you have information? It looked like you might have raised your hand.
I didn't, but I can give an update on the Edgewood Equestrian Arena. We're actually we're trying to get it open by the 15th. We have developed some COVID safe practices for open and private riding that have been submitted to the county manager for review, as well as our legal team. Legal had a few updates that I made the revisions that they needed and sent that back today. We will be waiving the fees for open and private riding during the COVID pandemic. So that's where we are now, just waiting on a final blessing from legal. We will also be opening up our Stanley Cyclone Center for open and private ride as well around that same time.
Great, thank you, Ms. Ward. We appreciate the update. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So going back to the issue of broadband and the potential value of having some sort of study session and the general approach, I clearly agree that broadband is a short-term and a long-term problem. Most of us on the commission have been working on this issue since we've been commissioners. Some of the progress in developing broadband solutions, it's clearly difficult because it's painfully slow. And there are still clearly areas all over the county that are underserved, to put it mildly, and that creates many disparities for students and for businesses. Being able to respond to the pandemic has simply magnified that disparity. But having the issue of how to address it gives me some concern, because largely at this point, because of all the other things that are competing for staff time to get CARES money out. And so my thought about the study session is that what would be useful is to start with far more limited and discrete, stepwise objectives for an initial meeting, and stepwise in the sense that we can have others as time goes on. And I guess I feel like rather than having everybody who is involved in broadband and trying to present, and it's way more than 90 minutes of presentations, if everybody that Commissioner Hansen mentioned is at the first meeting. Not that they don't all have important roles and it's all needed information, but I think at this time, it might be more productive to think on a much more limited basis. One of the things I would really like to see, and I think having this information might actually facilitate our ability to push the envelope, to get everybody to step forward, is to have a map and a summary that goes with that map of where the biggest lack of broadband is in the county. I have been in numerous meetings about broadband, and it's still very difficult to say exactly what areas are not well served. It was great to hear that the county, from Manager Miller, the several places they're trying to set up hotspots and whatnot. But I think if we got such a map, we could actually have a fairly short study session that would minimize the impact to staff time, and we'd be able to discuss whether there are some piecemeal solutions in addition to the things that Manager Miller already mentioned. In putting hotspots, there might be some interim or piecemeal solutions for a few other areas, and we could think about who could be involved and then have some subsequent interactions with those limited entities. So, I respect Commissioner Hansen's, report out to that included all potential players. I think if we actually do an initial study session, we can keep all that in mind and maybe do an session on a much more limited objective and a more limited participant group, and then move one step at a time forward from there. That would be my thought, and I think part of that is because broadband has some very short-term needs, which maybe we could address, but also some long-term needs, which would require participation from the greater number of groups that Commissioner Hansen mentioned. I'm just not sure we want to go all the way there first. I hope that makes some sense, and be willing to talk about it and further and even offline as needed. But I would just strongly recommend a more limited objectives for the first meeting to maybe achieve, a couple of small goals as a first step. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. And I know that, even being the chair of the census, I've seen where a lot of their data is pointed towards some of the areas that didn't have a lot of response, and they attributed to internet connection and things of that nature in those areas as well. So, maybe it's not a bad idea. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I would agree that a study session is a good idea. I certainly relate to trying to get CARES Act money out the door. I mean, I'm trying to do that in my other job, and it's difficult to see how we're going to, sometimes you think, how am I going to just get all this done? So, perhaps we can do this at a time, a little bit, maybe even if it has to be a little further in the future, so that we don't stress the current staff out too much. I would think that, sometime in November, things are going to sort of fall into place with the CARES Act money. Maybe that's too optimistic. I don't know. The other thing is I heard that we're going to have a VISTA volunteer study this for it. And I wonder if, when we have the study session, if the VISTA volunteer had, already done some research, maybe that would be a good point to start from. Maybe by that time, our VISTA volunteer will sort of know where the key places are that we need broadband, or whatever it else is we need to know. I mean, it'd be great to have, not wait till they're all the way done with their study, because then we won't have any input into it, but maybe somewhere along the line that they've at least started so that they can be part of the conversation.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Some great points. Commissioner Garcia, did you have anything relative to broadband?
Yes.
I know that you sit on the school board as well. So
really quick, what happened with the school board is you have broadband up and down the major interstates, county roads, but how do we get broadband down to the way down there in Chimayo, way down in La Cienega? What happened with the schools? We actually bought a lot of hotspots from T-Mobile because Verizon was like 4 or 5 months out, and the school board's doing an excellent job, by the way. And so we actually bought hotspots from T-Mobile, but in the Valley of La Cienega, T-Mobile doesn't have good reception down there. So we can have, so I think everybody's correct. As in, we need to actually create maybe a committee, because, Senator Martinez, the ex-speaker Lujan, they spend millions of dollars to go broadband up north. Okay, so we have fiber up and down the interstate, but how do we get from the fiber down those little rural roads? So I think Commissioner Hansen, you're right, and all of us were right. But maybe we have to create a committee and see where we have broadband, where we don't, how do we get there, what hotspots are available. We can park a school bus there and get it done. Maybe we have to create a committee because it's needed in the rural areas. I have rural areas all over my district, Cerrillos, Madrid, that have no internet. But there's fiber down up and down the interstate. But how do we get from the fiber to broadband? But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hanson, do you have a follow-up?
I do. So I agree that, we have short-term goals. So the short-term goal is to get as much CARES money to be able to spend on broadband as possible. And if we only have until December, it looks like a staff is working on that. But we also have members of the community, such as the Chamber Working Group that has been working on this for a couple of years, and they might have some really interesting ideas to share with us. So maybe that might be part of the first meeting, is to also bring in some other people from outside the county. I think everything that we're doing in the county is good, but we have ReadyNet, and like what Commissioner Garcia just said, we need it not just on the internet, we need it on 599. We need it to be, my constituents in Las Campanas and Agua Fria Village can't even get internet. So, it's not there. Commissioner Hamilton is breaking up half of the time that she's talking just now. And so we know that there's issues with broadband throughout the county, and it is consistently a challenge. And so I think that a committee is a good idea, but the reason to do a study session is that we can all be present at the same time and it can be noticed, because we can't have a committee of more than 2 commissioners. And so, that limits our input of where and how we want to go. And so I maybe we do it at the next meeting and we take a half an hour and, have a short discussion about some of these issues. But when we have people in the community who are working on these issues, and are interested in them, like especially from the chamber, then I think we should bring in some of those expertise and hear what they have to say and what the problems that they're running across. Because it's more than just the county and the city. And I see there is a problem with the city if they don't even have an IT director. That is an issue, but they do have an economic development director. So, we need to all be working together to solve these issues. But broadband is something that has just been ripped bare by this pandemic and how bad it is throughout New Mexico, Santa Fe County, and the United States.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I'm going to go to Manager Miller. I believe I saw her hand up just a moment ago. Manager Miller? Then I'll go to Commissioner Hamilton.
So, Mr. Chair, I guess where I'm struggling is just, I don't really know what the board wants county staff to do. County staff is getting out there and getting hotspots put in place, expanding broadband with our facilities, and using our facilities to push broadband out from those facilities out further into the county. And using CARES Act money to do that. But short of coming up with millions of dollars to build infrastructure throughout the county, and then having a committee that would actually say, kind of like Colpac did when we had $20 million of open space funds, we said, okay, what's the best property to buy? I don't really know. So this is so, I use the word broad, but the request, everything that's coming up is so broad. I think that there's one thing to have different organizations, and I think there's some merit in that, having some organizations present what they are doing and what they think is needed. But I think saying, trying to have a study session so that we then develop a committee that I don't even know what I'd say this committee needs to do until we spend a little more time finding out what are the gaps and what is it that the county as an entity could do to try to fill those gaps. And then maybe that's where you have a committee working on, and what are those steps to do that. I hate the thought of just creating a broadband committee without a good focus for what it is we want them to accomplish. And I don't think we know what that is yet. So that would be my one thing about a committee yet. I think there is merit in having a study session and having one sooner rather than later. But maybe we kind of narrow the agenda, because I do believe just a study session, having one or two of the entities, Commissioner Hanson, that you brought up, would take an hour and a half. If they were just to talk about, convey the things that they're finding out and what they think government could do to help, could just the chamber alone could take up an hour and a half discussion between what they found and what questions that county commissioners would have and what county staff might have. So all I would say is we kind of narrow the subject, and maybe we do a series of them, so that we can hear from different groups over the next couple of months. And we, like you said, limit it to an hour, hour and a half. And it's, getting information from other entities that have been working on this. That might be one thought, and that we narrow it to something a little bit, like you said, the first one, have county staff talk about what they're doing, what they think they maybe need a little bit of assistance to do more, and then have one group present, like the Chamber's task force. Would that be something we could do in a couple of weeks? Would the board be interested in that? And then at that meeting, we figure out maybe what the next one would look like.
I think that sounds like, Manager Miller, Mr. Chair, I think that sounds like a good beginning, and not, just making some kind of progress, and sure, dedicating an hour, not longer than that, because I think where, then the meetings get way too long, as you said. But I'm not necessarily advocating for a committee. I mentioned a task force. That's why I went back to a study session, because I feel like that is a place where we can gather information, and like you said, gather information over a series of times, so that we can actually see what this county is doing, what's the possibilities. Maybe we hear from the chamber at the same time, see what those are. Then the next time we talk to another group, or, and I like that idea. So I would support that.
So
Okay.
I'll put
ahead,
something together, and I'll send out a few dates to the board. We'll put maybe a little draft of what we think we could do, a little draft agenda, and a few dates to see what maybe works from 4 to 5 one night in the next couple weeks. Would that work? I see a couple thumbs up.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, great. So that's what I'll do with the broadband. Then,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Miller, I didn't know, Commissioner Hamilton, I know you had your hand up, so you're good? Okay, thank you.
Good, because what Manager Miller and then Commissioner Hanson said was reflecting what I was trying to drive at. So I'm very good with it.
Thank you. Manager Miller?
Okay, so that's broadband. And then I believe that Anna War actually did update on Edgewood. I was going to bring that up, that we hope to have both Edgewood and Stanley open two very small groups of people, clearly, 5 or less in the next week. And then also, Commissioner Garcia mentioned the awards that we received. So it was the Association of General Contractors, the AGC. They do annual awards, and our 100 Catron won the grand prize of project. So as our contractor said, it was like winning the Oscar of General Contractor Awards in the state of New Mexico. So it was if I can read it off of this, the grand prize of show is the Santa Fe County Administrative Complex. Santa Fe County owner, Janes Corporation, is the general contractor, and architect Studio Southwest Architects, and then listed all the engineers, and doing a project delivery method of design, build, and new construction. And then, and this is the 2020 winners. And then down in the design build, so that was the grand prize of all of them, but in the design build category, our Edgewood Health Facility, the Mountain and Valley Regional Health Facility, owner Santa Fe County general contractor Janes Corporation, and architect Studio Southwest Architects, won the best design build project in the state as well. So as Commissioner Garcia said, really amazing, great job to our project team, including our contractors, all our consultants, and all the staff, including Tony Flores, who started both of those projects off for the county, put together really good team with Paul Olafson, Daniel Sanchez, PJ Montano, Tessa Joe Mascarenas, Daniel Fresquez, and many other staff that helped make those projects happen, and contractors and consultants. So just want to say congratulations to everybody who worked on those. Really great news. And with that, I think those were all of my miscellaneous and COVID updates. And then I wanted to turn it over to Terry Hebron, because as you know, everything solid waste is of great interest to our constituents and our residents and the individuals who use our transfer stations. We have some operational issues that we need to deal with, and so I wanted Gary to put a little bit of a presentation together for you, so that you can see what we're thinking of doing to address these operational issues, and make sure that we're on the right path before making any changes at the transfer stations. So
thank you, Manager Miller. Thank you, Manager Miller. And real quick, I just want to thank you for all the hard work on the broadband and hotspots for our facilities that will help serve our community. So thanks again. I appreciate that. I know it was something that I talked to you about early before school started, and I'm just really grateful to your hard work. So I just wanted to say that because I don't think I said that in the first place. So thank you very much for that. Gary, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to say Joseph and his team really did all the work. You just called and asked, could we do something? And that started a chain of events that I think came out really positive.
Thank you very much, and thank you. I really appreciate all you guys' hard work. Go ahead, Gary.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Manager Miller, we have a proposal to change the convenience center schedule. Daniel, could you go to the third slide, and then we'll go back to the second slide. We have 3 issues that we're trying to resolve with the solid waste convenience centers. One of them is a safety issue. The second one is covering lunch, and the third one is vacancies. With this new plan that you will see in a second, we achieved something that I think we've been trying to achieve for a few years now, probably several years now, is to have a minimum of 2 staff at each of the convenience center sites, which, as you can imagine, is a safety issue. We have sites that have spotty telephone and internet coverage, and it is an issue that we need to resolve to get enough coverage so that there is redundancy, so that if somebody were to get hurt, we have a second person that can call for the assistance they need. So this plan covers that safety issue. The second one is that we have convenience center sites that do not close for lunch because we don't have 2 people to cover that time. This new plan would allow for lunch coverage, and it would bring us into compliance with the union agreement, and it allows staff to take a break during the day. And I will tell you that the plan for that would be that we would probably have each staff person take a half-hour lunch so that everybody gets a lunch, and that anybody that comes in after the time that we close for lunch would still be able to unload and then leave the facility, and that would not stop people from coming in at like 5 minutes to 12 if that was the lunch break. And then the third one is that we have recurring vacancies with our caretakers, our solid waste staff, that we're trying to resolve. And one of the problems that we have is that caretakers have to come to work for us, and they work Saturday and Sunday, and that's difficult for people who have families. The new plan that you will see allows us to give each of the staff people 1 weekend day off. Daniel, could you go back to the second slide, and I'll keep talking through this. On the top, you will see what the current schedule is, and that we are closed on all the sites on Monday and Tuesday. And then for Nambe, San Marcos, and Tesuque, they are closed on Thursday. So they're closed 3 days. Everyone else is only closed 2 days. You'll see on the bottom chart, what we have put together is that everybody would close from 12 to 1. And that allows our staff to get a lunch break. We would also recommend that we close Sunday and Monday. And that gives everyone 1 day with their family on the weekend. And to accommodate this, we would propose to close Nambe, San Marcos, and Tesuque on Wednesday and Thursday. That would still leave a Tuesday and then a Friday, Saturday for people that are looking to dump trash. And then there are sites that are fairly close so that people would be able to go to those if it was more of an emergency for them to get to that on that day. I think this is really important as we look forward in terms of our recruitment issues and our safety issues, and then compliance with the labor union agreement. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand for any questions that anyone has.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Giron. I think that this plan has been very well thought out, and I think that it's important for our employees to have time with their families. So I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia, and then I'll go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Mr. Chair, I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Giron.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions, but I agree with the chair. I think this was very well thought out and very, very reasonable. So I support this, and I appreciate the consideration you've given to both the constituents and the staff, because both is really needed. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hansen?
I don't have any problem with this. I just, I wonder what kind of pushback we will get from closing on Sunday, but I think it's a good idea to close on Sunday and Monday. But I'm interested to see what kind of pushback we will get. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. And it's a very good point. I think a lot of people do like to take their trash on Mondays as well. So I mean, we'll see how constituents react. I don't know if they typically like to take them on Saturdays, but I guess we'll have to see how it works out. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, no, I think this is very reasonable and makes a lot of sense. And I guess maybe we should just try and make sure before we close on Sunday that we, communicate that as broadly as we can so people don't. I mean, I think people can get used to bringing their trash on a different day, but if they come on Sunday, that's when they're going to get mad if they've gone to all the trouble to load everything up and then they show up and it's closed. So I think communicating would be great.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, Commissioner Hughes, so that in advance of any of these changes being made, in several weeks, probably not make any of the changes till the so that we have enough time to put signs up at each of the centers and to be able to put it on our website and probably work with the public information officer to get the information out to the community so that they know the changes coming.
Thank you. That sounds good.
Okay, Mr. Hiron. Was that? Go ahead, Manager Miller.
One of the things also that we're trying to do is see if we can utilize COVID. You are muted, and sorry, so I can't. It's really hard to hear right now. To use some of the CARES Act money to do with the increase in the COVID cases that we're seeing in Santa Fe, also to go back to not punching cards and see if we can cover that cost through the end of the year. So we are, I will keep you posted on that, but if we are able to do that with CARES Act funding, that's another thing that we would return to the policy that we had for the 3 months when we were on kind of shutdown in April, May, and June. Or I think we did it May, June, July. I think we did it May, June, and July. So it was very costly, though, just so you know. It was, I want to say, and Ryan can correct me if I'm wrong, something like $285,000. So we want to make sure that we can utilize CARES Act funding for that. And if we can, we would return to that policy till the funding expires.
Thank you, Manager Miller. And I would be very supportive. I was going to mention it during comments from commissioners, but I've been getting phone calls again in different communities where they're starting to see trash being thrown in arroyos. And I think I've called staff to go out and look in some of the areas, because the last call that I did get indicated it was in our county easement. It turned out to be in private property, but it was somebody that threw it just into somebody else's property, and there was bags of trash. So the county couldn't assist in the cleanup, but they did work with the owner to make sure that they picked that up. But I'm starting to get calls again in regards to illegal dumping. So I would appreciate that and also support it. Thank you, Manager Miller.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Chair, if there's nothing else on the solid waste permits, I wanted to go to the next update, and rather than having Yvonne present herself with the award, I wanted to do that. So I don't know if there's any other questions on solid waste.
It looks like we're good. Go ahead and proceed.
Okay, thank you. So I just received notice about 10 days ago or so that Santa Fe County Finance Division has received a Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for fiscal year 2019. comprehensive annual financial report, the CAFR, which is our financial report, which is what's audited by our external auditors. And they were awarded the Achievement of Financial Reporting for 2019 from the Government Finance Officers Association. And this award has been received by our finance division for 9 consecutive years. It's really great. And I think that, as Yvonne said, it's because they're good. So Yvonne, congratulations, and would you like to say something about all the work you and your staff do?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Manager Miller, yeah, thank you. Yes, we are good. We're awesome. You know, it's just an expectation, I guess. You know, with all the hard work that the division does, as well as every accountant out within the county, we can't do what we do without everybody contributing. And I myself, I can't speak for the finance staff, but I myself am very grateful to work with such a high quality group of people within the county. And while it took me a stupid long time to finally decide to come over, I'm actually glad that I finally did come over. So I want to thank all the staff. They're great. They're spectacular. They work hard. They do what they need to do in order to get stuff done. And all the support from the commissioners, as well as you, County Manager Miller, and the rest of the county. Historically, we've all taken a group picture. Unfortunately, because now of COVID, we obviously can't. So I asked Daniel to help me do a Brady Bunch kind of picture for this upcoming CAFR. So here's the team that has helped contribute to the 9 consecutive years of the GFOA certificate. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Herrera, and congratulations once again. I mean, it's not the first time that we've been able to congratulate the finance department on their achievement, and never, the services that you guys have provided have never dwindled. You've always done really well, and we just want to commend. I'm very proud of the achievement that you guys have gotten, and just the recognition that you all deserve. So thank you, and thank you for the picture. All the familiar faces on here that have been a part of the team, and you're absolutely right. It's a team effort. Every single one of you, you're only as strong as the weakest link, right? So we appreciate all of your efforts and just the great commitment. I'm going to go to other commissioners. Commissioner Garcia.
No, just congratulations under the direction of Manager Miller. Catherine, you know that you've been there for many years, and you created a strong team over the years. And but the entire staff there, great job. So it's good to be a policymaker for Santa Fe County, and you guys did an excellent job. Just one question: did Bill get a haircut for that picture? No, but do an excellent job, team. Great job, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hansen.
Way to go, everybody. Yay. Yay, team. It makes us all proud to know that we have a great finance department, and it just is fantastic. So congratulations, everybody. I'm honored to work at Santa Fe County and be a policymaker and work with such dedicated and honorable and hardworking employees. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Commissioner Hamilton.
When you're right, you're right. You guys are awesome. And I mean, it's just, there's no point in not being right. So, but congratulations. And I love the Brady picture approach. It's great.
Thank you,
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I'll just add my congratulations and thank you. And I look forward to meeting the wonderful team here. I do have to say that one of my considerations when I decided to run for commissioner was the fact that I knew the county's finances were in good hands. And that made me feel like, that meant we could do things because finances underlie everything else we do. And, it's not no use having great policies if you don't have the financial team to back them up. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Is there any other comments from any other commissioners? Okay, hearing none, I just want to congratulate you guys again on your accomplishment, and keep up the great work that you've always done. So we appreciate you. So with that, I think we'll go to our next item. Manager Miller, it's the update on negotiations.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, before we go to that, though, there was one thing I was going to mention about meeting schedule, and I wondered if the board would indulge me for 1 minute to consider a slight change to our November and December meetings. As it stands right now, we're scheduled to have our first November meeting on November 10th. That's the second Tuesday. And then our next meeting would be November 24th. And that is that's the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. And then our December meeting is December 8th. But then we don't have another meeting because we don't do one at the end of December. We wouldn't have another meeting all the way till January 12th. So I have to give this credit to Attorney Schaefer. He thought, what if we slipped our November 24th meeting to December 1st, and then our December 8th meeting to December 15th? That way we have, don't end up having a meeting during the week of Thanksgiving, which is always, a lot of people try to take that week off to use their use or lose leave. And it would, while it's a little unorthodox because it's the first, it actually spreads those 3 meetings out a little bit better, so we don't end up with 5 weeks between our December meetings. So if the board is amenable to that, I would just change our noticing if that works. Otherwise, we'll leave it as it is.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. We're gonna, do we have any comments from the board, commissioners?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Hanson?
I don't have any problem with that, but what I'm wondering is when are we going to do the swearing in?
We usually do that right around the 30th or 31st. So we actually do that right at the end of the year.
Not that that's a meeting, but I just wanted to.
It's not a meeting.
It's a gathering or what, I don't know what we're going to do about it because, we're still in a COVID situation, but it is a ways off. So I'm just asking in that regard. But I don't have any problem with changing the meetings, but I don't know who has,
What we try to do, Commissioner Hanson, is contact everybody who needs to be sworn in, make sure that we usually put out a couple of times and find a time that is, that works for every one who needs to be sworn in. Now, if you'd asked me 3 months ago, I would have thought we could have done that in person. I'm not sure that that's, and the way the numbers are going, I think we had 44 cases in Santa Fe County today. So the way numbers are going, it's likely to need to be virtual. So we're going to have to figure out how we do that. So I don't know if it'll be individual ones or whether it will be a full-on board meeting. I'll have to see how we can best do that.
Okay, that makes sense. Does anybody else have? I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Yeah, I recognize that it's a little unorthodox, but if noticing is not a problem, I think it's moving the meeting schedule is great. It certainly works for me. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Garcia, did you have any comments relative to that issue?
No comments. I'll take the recommendation of Manager Miller and the other policymakers. Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes, did you have any questions or comments?
Oh, just that new schedule works fine for me. Either way is fine with me.
Okay, and I also it would be fine with that new schedule. So I'm fine with that. Just as long as we do the correct noticing, I think we're fine. So thank you for Manager Miller.
Okay. And then, Mr. Chair, the only other thing we have is that update on the El Dorado water agreement. And then I don't know if you would like, you could just see if there's any questions on the report. Oh, we have a presentation on year out. That's about 15 minutes. I don't know if any of the board needs a break or anything, but we could do all of that, including the report, and then do the public hearing and do executive session at the end of the meeting today, if you would like.
I think that would be fine. And the presentation is the next item. And you do want to you want to just move the matters from the county attorney executive session to the very end, right? Is that correct? And do the public hearing first?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I was just going to suggest that we do that. So we have the presentation. We have Mr. Schaefer's update and John DePree's update on the El Dorado. Then we have the year out presentation. I believe they are online. And then I would suggest we do the public hearing. And then if there's any questions on the report from corrections, and then go to executive session.
Okay. So I think that we probably could use a break. I'm looking at maybe 15 minutes to resume back at 5:30. Will that work for the board?
Are we going to get the El Dorado update first?
Yeah, we could do that. That should be pretty quick, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do that, and right after we'll take that break.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Schaefer, you'll be updating us on that report?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Schaefer will be joining the meeting shortly. I know that John Dupuy is able to begin that presentation.
Okay.
Actually, thank you for that, Ms. Brown. I should be able to kick things off, and I apologize, Mr. Chair. I was having a little bit of difficulty unmuting myself. We have uploaded to board docs a memorandum that highlights where things stand, as well as some of the macro level deal points that are being discussed at this time with the El Dorado Area and Water Sanitation District. We have circulated to the district county staff a draft water delivery and wheeling agreement. We anticipate receiving specific language comments back from the district this week. Our hope would be to have a final draft of this agreement on the BCC's October 27, 2020 agenda for consideration and potential action. I would just highlight that these negotiations over the water delivery and wheeling agreement should not stop progress on the Canyon Cito at Apache Canyon Mutual Domestic Water Association portion of this overall project. That's the portion that is funded in part by the Water Trust Fund award. And that portion of the project consists of construction of new water lines within and near Canyon Cito. So that would be unaffected by whether water is wheeled through the district or delivered through an alternative path. So by way of high-level summary of what is being contemplated at this time, at least at the staff level, is that the water delivery and wheeling agreement would allow for the perpetual wheeling of water through the district system for the benefit of Canyon Cito. That saves not an insignificant amount of money relative to upfront capital cost because the alternative was to build a water line around the district. It also helps address operational issues that could have arisen with such a long pipeline with such a relatively small customer on the other end if the district was bypassed in total. It also would allow for the district to be a supplemental customer of the county in perpetuity, meaning that we could supply water if we were able to do so while meeting all the other demands of our customer base. So as a supplemental customer, they would have no guarantee supply from the county, but rather would have the option to request water, and the county could deliver that if water was available. So that secures mutual benefits to both sides if the agreement along those lines were approved by the district board and the Board of County Commissioners. But the draft also would, recognize that the parties hope to enter into a replacement water delivery agreement, which would provide potentially even more significant benefits to both parties as well as to the aquifer that we share. And in particular, under the replacement water delivery agreement, it's contemplated if we're able to reach terms that the district would take or pay for and the county would agree to reserve and supply 100 acre-feet per year or more of water to the district. Again, this is separate and apart from water wheeled through the district to Canyon Cito. This is water that would be delivered to the district for district customers. And in the draft agreement that we're working on now, it would recognize that there are some not insignificant issues that we would have to reach agreement on in order for such a replacement water delivery agreement to materialize. Those include delivery of water rights or a payment in lieu of for such guaranteed deliveries, equitable sharing of the cost of disinfectant byproduct treatment infrastructure, which the county is going to pay for in the first instance under the, wheeling and supplemental water delivery agreement. How we might be able to share in water that is in fact recharged or stored in the aquifer under such a large commitment of water and other fees and charges that might otherwise be due under county ordinance. And then also the terms under which the district could utilize up to a $1.5 million credit, which would be made available to them under such a long-term contract. And that represents a equitable share if you will, of the capital costs that are saved by wheeling water through the district rather than building a pipeline around it. So we attempted to, this is a committal statement in the draft that is being worked on between the parties to negotiate such a replacement water delivery agreement by December 31st, 2022. We picked that date so as to help meet the district's concerns about, changing of the Board of County Commissioners, so to speak, and a lack of political will potentially in the future to see this through. And so we suggested that date as a target to have a replacement WDA in place, because all of the sitting commissioners are anticipated to be in office through that date. So again, that's a high-level overview of the terms that are on offer. Under the wheeling portion of it, I would emphasize that there would be a wheeling fee charged by the district to cover its incremental cost of actually taking the Canyoncito water and wheeling it through their system. And there would be, as indicated, the county would pay for the construction of disinfection byproducts treatment infrastructure as part of the deal currently being negotiated. So I would offer John Dupuy to provide any additional comments or information as to where things stand before we stand for any questions from the board. But again, this interim, well, I'm calling it interim, but it actually has the capability to be perpetual agreement where they wheel Canyoncito water and have the ability to be a supplemental water customer is mutually beneficial if that's as far as it ever goes. But again, under the draft agreement, the parties would be committing to a larger scale arrangement and relationship whereby we would be providing the county 100 feet per year or more of water to the district for the district's use. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. And Mr. Dupuy, do you have anything that you'd like to add before we stand for questions?
The one thing, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the one thing I would like to add is some acknowledgement and appreciation for the effort put in by Mr. Schaefer, Mr. DeMars, Steve King, and the board members of El Dorado. The entire process has been one with a lot of effort and good faith put in, and it is nearing a point where we can take it to our key policymakers for consideration. So that effort has been one that I just wanted to acknowledge.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer and Mr. Dupree. Do we have any questions from the board? I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia.
No, at this time, Mr. Chair, I do not.
Okay. Commissioner Hamilton?
No, actually, I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Hanson?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Hughes, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick one. What would you say is the biggest stumbling block now to getting this ready for our next board meeting?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I don't know that I anticipate a major stumbling block other than, getting simple deal points all confused and wrapped up in legalese and finding the time to do that, which always, takes time. That was a joke. But in other words, I think on the terms of the wheeling and the supplemental water customers, our initial feedback is that, we're good in principle there. I think looking beyond that, the stickier issues are on the replacement water delivery agreement, what water rights or fee in lieu of might be required, how long they have to use the credit, et cetera. So I anticipate that that's where the heavier lift will occur rather than under the wheeling and supplemental water agreement.
Well, thank you, Attorney Schaefer. That's great. And thank you all for working so hard on this. I would certainly agree. This is a very important deal. I mean, when I first moved to El Dorado, having my background in water resources management, I knew that day was going to come that we had to hook up to another water source. And I'm glad it's finally happening before El Dorado actually does run out of water. So this is great. Thank you for working on it. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Okay, so thanks again for that update, and we'll go ahead and take a recess, and I'm going to go ahead and give us till 5:35 to come back. So let's take a quick recess. We're in recess.
Yes, sir. They're gonna save all their questions for executive session.
Okay, Tessa, do we have everybody back?
Yes, it looks like everybody is still signed on, but they have not yet turned on their cameras.
Okay. Commissioner Hansen, are you back? Okay, let's wait a couple more minutes to see if Commissioner Hansen comes back. Okay, I think I saw all the commissioners are back now, so we're going to go on to item number 6. This is presentations, and this is a presentation of results of investment grade energy audit by Year Out Energy. And from the projects division, we have Ms. Claudia Brochette.
Hello, everyone. Commissioners, it's nice to see you. Put my mask off. You guys can't hear me. Okay, so yes, this is a strange for me that getting used to the perspective here, but it's nice to see you all. Sure to facilitate the presentation by year on the results of their energy.
Claudia?
Mr. Chair, I cannot hear Claudia well enough.
Okay, hold on just everybody. Claudia, we need you to either speak up or try and get closer to the mic. We're having a hard time hearing you.
Okay, how about this? Is this better?
Not really, just very little.
Looks like we're not on mute. And we've got our volume fully.
So one of the problems is, Mr. Chair, so one of the problems is you are all quite far away from the screen. And so it's a little hard for us to see you and also to hear you.
Okay, does this help? We're moving the laptop closer. How's the sound now?
Sounds better.
Not so good, a little bit better. Okay, well, the good news is that I'm going to be passing off the presentation very quickly to Ryan Jewell of Year Out Energy. I just wanted to introduce Year Out Energy as the team that presented this investment grade audit. And so they went over 14 buildings that the county has with a fine tooth comb, trying to identify where energy losses occur, and has compiled a list of projects that if we implement, will pay for themselves with utility savings within 18 years. Are we still good? Okay.
Yes.
So, and I just also wanted to note that this work identified within the audit, together with the solarization efforts that the county has undertaken, will go a long way in helping the county meet our emission reduction goals in the Paris Agreement in the energy sector. So with that, we'll pass it off to Ryan Jewell. Thank you.
You're muted.
Ryan.
All right, is that better?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. Thank you, Claudia. I appreciate the introduction. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, it's a pleasure to be here this evening to present to you. We're excited to be here, and we understand that this project is going to help propel Santa Fe County as a leader in energy efficiency, sustainability, and renewable energy. And we are extremely proud and excited to be a partner in this project. So we have a pretty lengthy presentation today. There's about 30 plus slides. So in an essence of time, I'm going to go ahead and try to cover about half of those slides and really hit some of the highlights and key information. And then, of course, the rest of those slides will be for informational purposes. I do want to take a quick second before we dive into the presentation to thank the sustainability team, as well as the facilities and maintenance teams, for all of their help in collaboration in developing this project. I'd also like to thank some of the key project stakeholders across the various facilities that have been instrumental in helping us develop this project, one that's self-funding and will go a long way toward Santa Fe County's energy efficiency goals and sustainability goals. So I do want to thank all of the Santa Fe County team members that have been involved in this project for their help, and we wouldn't be here today without them. So our objective for today's presentation is really to gain your support to move this project into next steps. And if you can go to the next slide, Daniel. This is really a general timeline of kind of the work that Santa Fe County and Euro Energy have been going through over the last 2 years. So we're really at a point in the process where we have we've delivered our draft IGA report to Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department, along with the Office of the State Engineer for certification. So we're currently working back and forth with them, trying to answer questions, as well as address any comments that they have. So we anticipate having certification of this investment grade energy audit by the end of October. One of the best parts about certification of this audit is the second that the county decides to implement this shovel-ready project, the county is guaranteed to save no less than $107,000 per year. And if that savings isn't achieved, well, Euro Energy is on the hook to cut you a check for the difference of that savings. So we measure and verify that year in and year out over the 18-year project term, as Claudia mentioned briefly up front. Daniel, if you could jump to slide 7. Excellent, thank you. So really the first piece that I want to cover is around our baseline utility consumption. Really the baseline utility consumption is the foundation and the framework for how we develop projects. And so what you'll see here is that your consumption is fairly even across natural gas and electricity. And although your electricity consumption is slightly lower than your natural gas consumption, as we move to the next slide, you'll see that there's a significant cost difference in electricity and natural gas. So although your your consumption runs a little bit higher than your electric consumption, there is a massive cost difference. And so really that's why we have to take baseline annual utility consumption and costs into perspective and really use that as the foundation and the framework to drive our projects, because this really ensures that we're focusing on the right actions and the right measures to help reduce your electrical consumption as much as possible, therefore having the most impact on cost savings. So one of the other things that you'll notice in this slide is the cost of water. City of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County have very high priced water structures, of course, because it's a very scarce resource. And as we move to the next slide, you'll really see the annual utility cost savings that Santa Fe County will realize through this project. So together, we've been able to identify about $107,000 in savings that will be reinvested into county facilities. As you can see, your electricity costs will be significantly reduced, your natural gas costs will be reduced, and your water sewer cost will be decreased by about $17,000 per year. So I'd like to point out water, because of how the water rates are structured, It's only a $17,000 a year cost savings in water, but the measures that we would be implementing would equate to a 2.1 million gallon water consumption reduction per year. And so this is really an unbelievable amount of water and something that Santa Fe County can be extremely proud of through these measures. So now that we understand a little bit about the utility consumption and the cost savings, I want to briefly run through the scope of this project and show some key deliverables that the county facilities will see based on the measures that we've been able to identify in collaboration with county staff. So as we move into the next slide, you'll see that on the left side, we have our key benefits. And these are really each of the benefits that these measures will show to the county once they are implemented. Now, a lot of these benefits go above and beyond utility savings, and they offer things like operations and maintenance savings and improved reliability and standardization, things like site safety and security, among a few other things. So really what we were able to identify were 6 facility improvement measures. And the first of these facility improvement measures, or FIMs, is LED lighting. And a key to LED lighting is that it really addresses every one of these key benefits that you see on the left-hand side. The other key is that it's also one of the biggest energy consumers within your facilities, if not the biggest. So with this measure, implementing LED lighting technology throughout all 14 county facilities, you would see upgraded LED fixtures to the tune of about 3,200 new fixtures and retrofit fixtures as well. And then you would also see a lighting power density reduction of 64%. So this is a really big piece of that pie that we originally showed up in the utility consumption. And this is a really big piece of that pie. So it's a very large number and something that's very beneficial for the county. So the second measure, as we move to the next slide, is our HVAC controls. So outside of the public safety building and the adult detention facility, there are no enhanced controls across the facilities that we audit. They are all unitary controls like the ones that you see in the pictures here. A common issue found is that there's a lack of standardization across these controls also, which makes it increase. They also don't have functionality for scheduling. And then it also makes it really challenging for facility staff to be able to coordinate, and because there's no remote access with these controllers either. So the FIM that we've recommended here is installing new wireless thermostat at a few select facilities. And really what these thermostats will do is allow for scheduling and setback along with remote access for your facilities team. So they're not having to drive all over the county to address hot, cold issues or minor items that they may be able to take care of from a central location. So that's the key with our HVAC controls. As we move to the next slide, this is another key energy efficiency measure really that looks to mitigate air leakage through various points of your building. So this measure would remediate about 150 square feet of wall cracks, gaps, leaks from windows, doors, and vents. So with this measure, sometimes it's hard to picture. You can see some of the pictures there that we have airflow coming out of. Really what this measure would do is, if you can picture a 14-foot diameter hole in one of your facility's walls, this measure would look to address that as a leak and really reduce the amount of energy that's being lost through those gaps and cracks. The next facility improvement measure we will see as renewable energy. We know that this is one of the biggest goals that Santa Fe County has. So through this measure, we were able to identify 4 facilities that did not have solar that were good candidates for solar. So this measure will install 82 kilowatts of solar, and these facilities include the Benny Chavez Community Center, the La Cienega Community Center, the State Health Center, and the Vista Grande Library. So again, this really is just making the Santa Fe County solar portfolio a little more robust and adding it to a few more facilities. Daniel, if you could move to slide 18, water conservation. This is our 5th measure here that we've recommended. Again, this measure is huge and one that our development team paid special attention to because we know how scarce of a resource water is. So through this measure, we will look to retrofit flushometers throughout 6 of your facilities, and we'll also install new vandal-resistant faucet aerators that will drive the 2.1 million gallons of water savings that we talked about previously. So again, another big measure, one that we want to include. Another potential measure that we've discussed briefly with the county, because things have changed, with COVID and the pandemic, is going to touchless sinks and faucets. So these are all things that we would be happy to investigate for you if that was the direction that the county wanted to move. That, of course, would change some of our project scenarios, but that's a conversation that we could have as well. So if you'll move to the next slide, you'll see our sixth and final measure that we've recommended is high efficiency, low voltage transformers. So these are pieces of electrical infrastructure that often go unnoticed or neglected and sit in your electrical rooms or your mechanical rooms within a facility for 30 or 40 years at a time. So we've seen these in your facilities, and these transformers are constantly wasting energy in the form of sound and heat. You may walk into an electrical room and wonder why it's 150 degrees in there, and that's because these transformers are giving off an enormous amount of heat. So this measure would look to upgrade about 315 kVA of capacity in transformers, which is quite a large capacity, and we would replace them with new higher efficiency transformers. So those are the 6 measures that we have looked to, or that we're looking to implement within this project. And if you'll jump to the next slide, Daniel, you'll see that we have a brief overview of all of the measures that we're looking to implement through this project. So this is a quick breakdown. And then if you'll move to the next slide, Daniel, you'll see that we have broken it out even more to which measures are being installed at which facilities. So this is a really good overview to show exactly which of these measures are being implemented at each facility. Again, LED lighting and building envelope, 2 really key measures to help driving a project and providing some more capitally intensive measures throughout the facilities. So if you'll move to the next slide, we'll discuss a little bit of environmental impact. And again, this is one of the keys for Santa Fe County through this project, is that you'll see a huge impact in the way that you're contributing to the environment. So there's a couple of key numbers that I want to point out that this project would deliver in terms of environmental impact. We've already touched on the gallons of water per year, but when we put that over the average useful life of the equipment in this project, which is 21.5 years, that equates to 45.5 million gallons that the county would save through this project. A couple of other numbers that I want to highlight here. This project would be equivalent to planting 109 acres of trees per year, and also a 500,000 miles not driven by an average sized car every year. So as you can see, these numbers really start to add up when we're looking at an energy efficiency and sustainability project like this. So this is a very big, some very big numbers, and something that I think Santa Fe County can be very, very proud of. So if you'll move to the next slide, Daniel. Of course, this is the slide where we all want to know what it costs. So since we've talked about it from a scope standpoint of the deliverables, as well as from an environmental impact, we definitely have to talk about the cost. So what we're looking at for this project is a $1.99 million turnkey project amount, which means there's zero upfront capital contribution from Santa Fe County. So this is a fully self-funded project from energy efficiency. So that the measures that we look to implement through this project are going to pay for themselves over that 18-year term. So $1.99 million, our turnkey project amount, is a guaranteed maximum price amount. So all of the scope items that we discussed will be implemented for a maximum of $1.99 million, which is a key for Santa Fe County. You don't have to worry about additional costs as soon as our IGA is certified. A couple of other key items to note on here is your estimated utility rebate of almost $40,000 from your utility providers that'll help contribute toward paying for the project. You also have your year 1 utility savings of $107,000, that number that I mentioned up front. This is, again, guaranteed. So if we are not able to achieve these savings every year, Year Out Energy will cut a check for the difference of those savings. Your year 1 operations and maintenance savings, a little over $10,000. This is a pretty conservative number for us. We've estimated it right about the 10% mark. Really, this takes into account materials that the facility and maintenance team is having to purchase This does not include labor or any staff. It's strictly materials. There's a couple of numbers on here, your financed amount and your finance period. These numbers are still a little malleable. They're a little plastic. They can change. And the reason for that is because we're, again, conservative in the numbers that we're providing, because we're not exactly sure what lender fees and capitalized interest is going to look like at this time. We are seeing in a lot of our projects right now interest rates of 2.25% or lower. So really, we've calculated this project at 2.85%. So we want to be conservative in that. We're always able to get a little bit better in these, and that always makes the project look a little bit better. So we believe we could get that 18-year term down, depending on what interest rate the county was able to secure. So again, one thing I want to add before we jump into Q&A is really the impact that this project is going to have, not only from an environmental impact standpoint in helping the county be a leader in renewable energy, but I also want to mention the impact the project is going to have on South Santa Fe County, as well as a stimulant for the local that this project is going to have. It's already project that's going to utilize local labor.
You're breaking up a little bit. Brian?
Okay, let's see if the connection comes back in. So we believe, we're certain that this is going to be a positive impact on Santa Fe County and the community.
You might need to, excuse me, Brian. Brian, excuse me, I apologize. You might need to turn off your video. Maybe you wouldn't break up so much.
Okay, is that better? Okay, excellent. So Daniel, if you could move to slide 26, we'll discuss next steps. So right now, again, we're currently in the certification process of the investment grade audit report. And with your support today, we would like to come back in the next 30 to 90 days for approval of this project. And then we would work to help secure project funding. We'd probably be looking sometime in February for that. And then we'd like to commence project implementation in March of 2021. So those are really our next steps. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Do we have questions from the board? I'm going to go to Commissioner Hansen first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ryan. The numbers look impressive. It's nice to know that we can save this amount of money, and I particularly like the acres of trees planted and the number of miles not driven, gallons of water conserved. I mean, and it all looks fairly straightforward. So thank you for the presentation and update. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen, and thank you for the presentation, Ryan. We started this sometime back, so I'm really glad to see that we're at this point now to get this presentation. So I appreciate that. Commissioner Garcia?
I'm fine, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation.
Commissioner Hamilton?
No, but I'll add my thanks, and I'm glad to see that it was more than just a narrow evaluation of energy savings, to include the upgrades that achieve the water savings and that sort of thing. So I think a lot of goals well worth achieving, and so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is seems like a really great project, and thank you for the presentation and for the work that went into it. I know a couple of my constituents are going to ask this, so I'll ask whether you considered street lights. I know we don't have very many street lights, but I don't know if they were part of the lighting consideration or not, converting them to LEDs.
That's a great question. So really the facilities were picked out from the county, and those were the ones that we evaluated. We have discussed, of course, looking at a phase 2 project, other things like street lighting, fleet electrification, the rest of your facilities. But we wanted to get through this phase before we started to address some of those other facilities and potential phase 2, phase 3 projects that we could help the county on.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Hughes. And just once again, Mr. Jewell, I just want to say thank you for the presentation. I think all the commissioners are very happy with the presentation, and we look forward to moving forward and also seeing what other evaluations that we can bring forward in the future. So thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chair and County Commissioners.
Okay, so I also want to say thank you to Claudia, and also is this Manager Miller? Yes.
Yes,
Go
it
ahead,
is.
Manager Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was really happy to hear the presentation from Year Out a couple of weeks ago, and really excited that they could put it together for the board. There's a series of things that need to happen then for us to move forward with any of the improvements, one of them being the Energy and Minerals approving their performance contract. And then we would look at how if the board wants to move forward with this, we would come back to you with ways to finance it. So their presentation shows you how much we can save if we implement these measures, but it's not an automatic that they go forward and implement the measures. We actually have to determine how we would like to pay for it. So I've gotten with Yvonne about having us talk to our financial advisors. There's a couple of things we could do. And these would end up having to be revenue bonds. In other words, we'd have to use our gross receipts tax revenue capacity to incur the debt. Because we did not put it in as a general obligation bond question. So it doesn't really suit us, or it's not likely to suit us to try to issue bonds for it when we do our GO bonds, if we have approval of the GO bonds in an election, which, by the way, the New Mexican did endorse in voting for our $20 million of bond questions, which is great news. But we didn't, at the time that we were considering our bond questions, we didn't have enough information to say whether we should do a bond question for energy improvements. So under this scenario, we would likely do, I think for $2 million, a lease purchase type of an agreement would be fairly complex and not, probably not the best recommended way to finance this, considering that we do have capacity to obligate some of our gross receipts tax revenue. What my point is, we'll save the money in energy, but we still need, for purposes of financing this, a revenue stream that investors or the finance authority would consider consistent and adequate enough in order to purchase the bonds. So one of the things I want to look at is whether it makes sense for such a small amount, and I say small amount, revenue bonds in the $1 million, $2 million, $3 million range, your cost of issuance can get pretty high compared to the amount of money you're borrowing. So it makes sense to combine with an entity like the New Mexico Finance Authority and get in a bond issue that they do that's, say 50 to 75 million, spreading out those cost of issuance across everybody who's borrowing. So I think what we'd like to do, and I just want to make sure the board's aware that we're going to look at this, is look at what it would cost or how we could potentially finance this with the estimated savings and some gross receipts tax, bonding capacity, that we'd have to actually delegate towards this, but it's a small amount, relatively speaking, to our total capacity. By doing this, financing it sometime early next year through the New Mexico Finance Authority. So I just want to put that out there, is that's what I was thinking. If the board likes what was presented, would like to move forward with actually initiating the project, is that I'd look at bringing back a proposal to finance it through the Finance Authority.
Okay, great. I think that's a great idea. Any other comments from commissioners? No? Okay, thanks again, Catherine.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to item number 7, and this is matters from the county commissioners and other elected officials. I'm going to go to 7A, which is commissioners' issues, comments, including but not limited to constituent concerns, recognitions, and requests for updates or future presentations. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Garcia, did you have anything to share today, sir? Okay, I'm going to come back to Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one thing I wanted to mention. I did have my town hall, and I've been talking to people in District 5, and a number of issues have come up, only one of which I'll mention now, but I want to preface it by saying that, since the county took over taking care of the roads in my neighborhood, they've been a whole lot better than they used to be. I mean, I've lived here since 1989, when I think I mentioned at some point the roads were so bad that my car started falling apart just driving on them. And it's so much better now. But it does seem like people are confused about the paving of Serrato Loop and Serrato Road and perhaps other paving projects. So I do want to just bring that up as an issue that I think we need to work on. I assume that people want their roads paved. Not everybody does. Some people think it's charming to live on a dirt road. But I do want to just, I'm going to get back in touch with some of the people who've been contacting me and see if I can't figure out where the breakdown in communication is and why they don't know what's going on with their roads and what their concerns are. Yeah, I mean, the water and roads are the things that I hear about the most. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I would agree with you wholeheartedly. That's one thing that I always do hear quite a bit about as well. And of course, what I was going to bring up earlier with complaints that of I guess trash and debris being thrown again in different areas. But I do want to talk about the our 4-H program. I did start receiving cards. I just wanted to read some of these cards as I do every year into the record and kind of share with the constituents, the impact that we do have by having our 4-Hers participate in different events. So this is one card that I received, dear commissioners. Thank you for your support for our 2020 Youth Achievement Days. I was so excited to be able to show my lambs. I really appreciate all the help you gave us to allow to show this year. Thank you, Heidi Tucker. Then another card, commissioners. I would like to thank you for supporting our county fair in Santa Fe this year. With your support as a 4-H'er, I was able to show off the hard work I did with my projects, and I appreciate all you do for us us 4-H'ers to make it as easy and a good fair. Thank you sincerely, Brianna Corey. And that's from New Generation 4-H Club. And one other card here. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for your support for our 2020 Youth Achievement Days. I was so excited to be able to show my lambs and steers. I really appreciate all the help you gave us to allow us to show this year. Thank you, James Tucker. Thank you, commissioners. I would just like to thank you for all your hard work and fighting for us 4-H'ers to have our achievement days and auction. Sadly, this year was my last one, but because of all your support, my 4-H time has been wonderful. I really enjoyed getting to work with you in the shooting sports. Thanks, Elena Roybal. Okay, and then we have another card here. Just to thank you to all the commissioners, and it's got a photograph. I'm going to go ahead and show the photograph as well. So hopefully everybody can, let's see here, this way. See that? So, and then also thank you, Commissioners Aiden Howells. And he's got a photograph as well. So I think it'd be cool for them to see their photographs on our meeting. So I'm not the best photographer holding it up the best. So, so there we go. You know, I just want to reiterate it, as we do every year as a commission, we definitely help to put things in place, but you know, the backbone and hard work really goes to our staff and to the participants of the 4-H. So they're the ones who make it successful and make it, you know, such a great experience and just you know, a great times for these young kids and developing their leadership skills. And we couldn't talk highly enough about the program. So I'm just very happy that we were able to put it together this year. I know we did it virtually, so it was a little bit different, but I think with all the input from the commissioners and staff, I was really happy to see this move forward. So special thank you to everybody that was involved. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia. Okay, Commissioner Garcia. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Hi, thanks. It's funny, the Commissioner Hughes mentioned roads and water, and that is often what I am hearing about. And given for both of those things, I just frankly wanted to do a shout out to our Public Works Director, Gary Heron, as well as John Dupuy and some of Gary's other senior staff, because just over the last few months and very recently, they have just been so responsive and adept at the way they reach out when there are problems brought to their attention and deal with constituents and in a very proactive, very professional manner. It's just so delightful to work with them, and I so appreciate that they resolve problems to everybody's benefit. And so that's my shout out. It is well deserved. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great job, Commissioner Hamilton, and great recognition. I couldn't agree with you more. Commissioner Hansen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and everybody, thank you. I want to thank all the 4-H'ers. Also, I love and appreciate so much that you read their cards. I have received a number of cards, and I'm always grateful to get them, and I appreciate what they're doing. As I said earlier to Geraldine, I voted last week. And that was really great, and I think she's doing a great job. The convention center was very well organized, and the line moved quickly. I also have been meeting and talking to the congressional delegation about the shooting concerns that I continually have in my district, especially in behind La Tierra Nueva and behind Las Campanas. And so I have spoken with both Udall's office and Ben Ray's office and Heinrich's office again on the shooting issues, because it is a federal issue, because most of it is on BLM land, and it's not stopping. And then I wanted to share some updates from NACO. I sit on the Arts and Cultural Committee, and we had a good meeting last week and a wonderful presentation called Black Out Loud by students at a college in North Carolina. And then I also spoke to them about working on a arts committee for Santa Fe County. And then tomorrow is Energy, Environment, and Land Use Leadership Committee, which I am the vice chair of the energy area. And I am asking for a presentation on solar and wind and the effects and benefits in the United States and New Mexico and what we have to offer. So that's all I have at the moment, besides everything else that's been going on. I want to thank all the staff for all the updates and support and throughout this meeting. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm grateful to all your help on many of the different issues that face the county.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. I appreciate the update. I did want to say that, Commissioner Garcia and myself did meet with Congressman Lujan in a meeting, and some of the other elected officials in the area, other commissioners. It was a forum that ECHO had put on, and we did have the opportunity to talk about sustainability, traditional land use, broadband, acequias, land grants, just a lot of different areas. And I was really happy to hear that there's a lot of common problems and common ideas that were shared. And so I think that in future meetings, I'm going to be excited to bring some of those discussions forward to the commission. So I do want to go to Commissioner Garcia. Tessa, is Commissioner Garcia on? And can you unmute him? I think you texted me and told him he was having problems unmuting.
Yes.
Oh, you're
I'm here.
muted.
Can you go ahead? Appreciate that. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir.
So I just wanted to thank the 4-H individuals who sent letters. Nice job for those kids that actually did a lot of work, and I follow all the other comments that my colleagues have done and presented. So that's all I have to say for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Okay, so we're going to go on to our next item, and it's 7B, and this is other elected officials' issues, comments, including but not limited to constituent concerns and recognitions. I know that we have Madam Clerk on, so I'm going to yield the floor to our esteemed Clerk, Geraldine Salazar.
Yes, Chair Roy Ball and Board of County Commissioners, I want to thank you for all the acknowledgments that you are making for county staff during this meeting. So many people, so many of our constituents, our community members, our staff, on and on, are going through a tremendous time with COVID-19 and everything about our adjustments in our lives and in our jobs. And so appreciating staff is so important. I receive telephone calls and I return calls to members of the community that I need to communicate with or address business or concerns. And they also express how difficult it is right now. So I think acknowledging what this has happened to everyone, because everyone is working hard. It has changed our lives. It has made us realize how many vulnerabilities we have because of COVID's presentation into our nation. But to acknowledge and recognize that in Santa Fe County, we have a strong finance policy. We're doing many different things. We're utilizing funds and grants to bring us to even more to the 21st century. So the acknowledgments are great and important. And I also appreciate the support of what we're going through right now with this election. There are going to be many thank yous because many individuals, groups, even the city of Santa Fe have stepped forward to assist us and appreciate us. Yes, we get people who are panicked and concerned, and so it's our job to communicate with them. Our telephone lines are very busy. I mean, it's extreme, and my staff is working very hard. So even the funds that I mentioned earlier that we are receiving are a true benefit during this time. So thank you for acknowledging everyone, because I think that helps everyone move forward and understand, yes, they are appreciated, and we do appreciate them. You as my colleagues, it's important that we do that because our jobs can be difficult too, but they're in the trenches and they're with the public. Running an office can be difficult because there's many variables that we have to deal with, many challenging variables in the Santa Fe clerk's office right now. And what I want to mention is that currently absentee in-person voting, which is also considered early voting, is occurring at the Santa Fe Community Convention Center, which is a new location due to COVID-19 at 201 West Marcy Street, across the street from this building. And early voting is available during regular business days and hours, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. I'd like to mention to voters who are voting absentee, and when they return their absentee to a drop box or to a voting convenience center in person, to ensure that they have that security envelope on the outside. If you submit your ballot without that security envelope that has a lot of information and the ability for us to track your vote, if you don't have it, it will be immediately disqualified because we won't know whose vote, whose ballot, how do we account for it. So it is immediately disqualified. So we've had a couple of those, and so I have great concerns about that. I heard a rumor that someone was telling voters that they did not need their security envelope on that absentee ballot. That is false. That is not true. You must have that security envelope with all the required information so that your vote gets counted. In addition to that, if you applied for an absentee ballot and you no longer, and you changed your mind, you want to cast your vote in person, you can do that. The laws changed recently where you can present to a voting convenience center during early voting or election day, tell the poll workers that I no longer want to vote by absentee, and now I want to vote in person. The poll workers will void that absentee ballot and issue you a replacement ballot that you will cast and then place in a voting machine right there on site, and will be tabulated right then and there on the voting machine. Also, if you did not receive your absentee ballot, you can do the same thing, present to a voting convenience center during early voting or election day and night, and do the same thing and let the poll workers know this. If you received your ballot, do not bring it to the polling site. If you changed your mind that now you want to vote in person, you must destroy that ballot and present on site, and then the process begins right there. And you sign an affidavit stating that you will not and you have not voted that ballot that was mailed to you. Do you have any questions at this point regarding elections? And I could also want the public to know is that I am finishing up, I'm double multitasking here, preparing ads for the papers for this week. So there's updated information. So I encourage you to direct your constituents and voters and community members, families and friends to look at those ads, because there's a lot of information. Some people see it appears very overwhelming, but there's so many details involved that we have to provide this information. Okay, so don't get frustrated. Just read through it. And if you have questions, you can email us. You can email me. I receive many emails. So continue to ask questions. We're all going through this together. It's difficult, but it's our reality, and everyone has the right to vote. It is the foundation of our democracy. It's trying times, but let's do it. We're doing it. We're working hard, and my staff, my dear staff, they're overworked. I hate to say that, but they are, and they're used to it. The majority of them are used to it, and we do cross-train all of the other staff that did not have experience prior to the 2020 primary election. But it's happening, and we're very happy with how it appears, and it's working. Next door, we're receiving a lot of compliments. I mean, sometimes people, express concerns and rumors are there, and it creates more work for us. But this is what we need to do: inform everyone and continue to do what we do so that everyone can cast their vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We really appreciate that. Are there any other elected officials that would like to address their constituents? And are there any questions from our commissioners for our esteemed clerk? Okay, hearing none. Thanks again, Madam Clerk, for bringing that up. Also, one quick recognition. I did receive a letter from a constituent on one of the acequias that actually, giving kudos to our public works department again. We, our road maintenance crews help out a lot of times with in-kind for some of our acequias in the area. And I did get a letter from one of the acequia in Milwaukee. Mr. Roy Trujillo sent a letter commending and thanking the help from our maintenance crew for helping them with their acequia. He did send a letter in appreciation, and also had their commissioners from their acequia all sign this letter. So it's something that I want to share and send to Mr. Hiron, so he can thank these staff members personally, and also put this letter in their file, as I think it's it's just a great sign of work ethic and working with our constituents. So I'm very proud of that crew. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I will pass that information on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number C, which 7C has been withdrawn. So now we're going to move on to our public hearing. I do want to go back to our commissioners and make sure that not if anybody needs another break before we go into this public hearing, or is everybody okay? Thumbs up. Everybody's good? Okay. Sounds good. So we're going to go on to item number 10, and this is a public hearing in
Mr. Chair, did you skip over item 9?
That's reports and informal items, Commissioner Hughes. Is there anybody that needs additional information on the reports that we received from our directors? I do want to say thank you for those reports. But is there any other information?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
So this is a quarterly report on restricted housing at county correctional facilities pursuant to law 2019. So
who is reporting on this? Is this?
It should be Pablo.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, it's just an informational report. We don't actually usually present it. It's just
perfect.
By statute, we're required to quarterly put a report of any restrictive housing that we've had. In this particular report, you can see the days people were in the facility in restrictive housing. I just would like to note that there is no difference between what we have to report for individuals who are being quarantined for COVID versus restricted from movement for other reasons. Because it's just a matter of if we have, and I want to remind the board that we are quarantining people as they come into the facility because we don't know if they will bring COVID-19 in and potentially infect the population. So we do have people not in congregate areas as a result. So I just wanted to point that out. It's something that does somewhat distort the intent of the legislature in having us make these reports.
Okay, thank you.
I do believe that Director
Cedillo
Cedillo is available if anybody has any questions.
Actually, Director Cedillo isn't here right now, and I believe that we will have Deputy Warden Page and Captain Vanessa Rios are supposed to be present. Is that correct?
I am here, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I am here, Mr. Chair. This is Captain.
Okay. Is this Vanessa? I couldn't hear you.
It is, yes.
Okay. Ms. Rios, go ahead. And if you have anything to add, or if you'd like to also chime in and give us some more information.
The county manager was pretty spot on. We had a total of 61 inmates that were placed there for the months of July, August, and September. So if anyone has any questions, I can answer.
Do we have any questions from the board? I'm going to go around the table. Commissioner Hamilton, did you have any questions relative to this item?
No, it was clear, and I appreciate the inputs. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Vanessa, and thank you, everybody, for filling this out and getting it to us. It is clear, and I appreciate your hard work.
Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and forgive me for being new. This question's probably been asked before, but I assume part of the reason for this report is to see if we can't reduce the time that people spend in restricted housing, and are we working on reducing that time?
So House Bill 364 requires a report every 3 months for anyone who is confined to the cell for more than 22 hours a day. The only inmates that were placed in restricted housing, they were placed there for 3 reasons. One was for COVID-19, which there's no way to get around those inmates. The other 2 were for behavior households. And then the third was if they had an abnormal scan. So we do try and get these inmates in and out as quickly as possible.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I would add to that we are working on constructing some individual recreational pods or bays, or I don't know what you want to call them, but frequently individuals can't be put in general population or in a group setting for fear of harm for themselves or to themselves or to others. And so one of our limitations is the actual physical construct of our facility. So what we're doing is actually going to build individual sections in the recreational yard so that they would be able to be outside. Obviously the winter is a little more challenging, but that we have individual recreational yards that you can still see and interact with other people, but not physically be in the same yard with the individual. So that's one of our construction projects that we did put funding to in July, and hope to move that forward rather quickly to also provide opportunities to get inmates out of their cells or their pods more for longer times and more frequently.
Okay, thank you for, oh, go ahead, Commissioner Hughes.
Oh, I
Did
was
you
just going to say
have a follow-up question?
thank you, Manager Miller, and I look forward to when things open up, being able to see in person what that looks like. So thank you.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Hughes, and believe me, a fresh pair of eyes always brings great questions. So thank you for bringing that question forward. Commissioner Garcia.
Mr. Chair, no, I'm good. Just thanks, Vanessa. I actually dealt with a personal issue about a week or so with the RECC on some other stuff, and very professional individuals there, and just appreciate the staff. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Did I miss any commissioners? I think I went to everybody. So I just want to say thank you also, Manager Miller, for the great update, and Ms. Rios for being here. We appreciate it, and you guys have a great evening, and appreciate you updating the commission. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our next item, and this is item number 10, and this is a public hearing in administrative adjudicatory proceedings to begin no earlier than 5 o'clock, which it's 6:39 now, so we're in good shape. This is item number 10A, and this is case number 20-5100, New Mexico Fine Dining LLC, DBA Bobcat Bite Restaurant, Beer, Wine, Liquor License, NM Fine Dining LLC, DBA Bobcat Bite, request approval for a restaurant, beer and wine liquor license. The property is located at 418 Old Las Vegas Highway and is zoned as commercial neighborhood within Section 28, Township 16 North, Range 10 East. And from we have from our land use department, Mr. Jose Larinaga, case manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Bobcat Bite opened as a restaurant in 1953. The last operators of the restaurant closed in 2013. Jimmy and Jennifer Day purchased the property in 2016. The owners are currently remodeling the structure and have submitted a site development plan and development permit to the county to bring the site and the structure into compliance with the Sustainable Land Development Code. A final inspection of the site is required to assure compliance with the SLDC prior to recording the site development plan. The operator of the restaurant can then apply for and obtain a county business license prior to opening the restaurant. The applicant is requesting approval of a restaurant liquor license to serve beer and wine with meals at the Bobcat Bite restaurant. The property is located at 418 Old Las Vegas Highway. The zoning for the property is regulated by ordinance number 2016-9, the Sustainable Land Development Code. The site is zoned as commercial neighborhood. Appendix B use table illustrates the uses allowed within the above-mentioned zoning district, subject to all other applicable standards of the SLDC. Appendix B use table allows for a restaurant with incidental consumption of alcoholic beverages as a permitted use within the commercial neighborhood zoning district. The State Alcoholic Beverage Control Division granted preliminary approval of this request in accordance with section 60-6B-4 NMSA of the Liquor Control Act. The Liquor Control Act requires the local option district to conduct a public hearing on the request to grant a restaurant beer and wine liquor license at this location. In accordance with the Liquor Control Act, the BCC may disapprove the issuance of the license if the location is within 300 feet of any church or school. The issuance would be in violation of zoning or an ordinance, or the issuance would be detrimental to the public health, safety, or morals of the residents of the local option district. Legal notice of this request has been published in accordance with the Liquor Control Act by publishing notice before the hearing twice in the Santa Fe New Mexican on September 13, 2020 and September 28, 2020. Growth Management staff has reviewed this request for compliance with pertinent code requirements and finds the following facts to support this submittal. Appendix B use table allows the requested use within the commercial neighborhood zoning district. The applicant has met the state of New Mexico requirements for noticing. The site is 2.1 miles from the nearest church and 2 miles from the nearest school. Staff recommendation is approval of a restaurant liquor license to serve beer and wine with meals to be located at 418 Old Las Vegas Highway. Mr. Chair, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ladaniaga. We appreciate that. I'm gonna go ahead and go to Commissioner Hamilton first. This is in her district, I believe. So, Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you. To be perfectly honest, I don't have any questions. You know, Bobcat Bite is a landmark in District 4, very close in proximity between mine and Commissioner Hughes's district. I think this is, I don't see any problems. I think I would like to hear if there are any, if there are public comments, but beyond that, I certainly support this and have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hansen.
I have no questions. I'm just going to go to the public hearing.
Okay, I'm going to go to commissioners first, and then we'll go to public hearing, and then I'll go back to commissioners. I know that deviates a little bit, but Commissioner Hughes, did you have any comments or questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, not really. My question might be about the quality of the green chili cheeseburgers, whether it would meet up to the predecessors, but I'll have to check that out on my own. Thank you.
Okay, we'll wait for that evaluation. We appreciate it, sir. Commissioner Garcia?
No, Mr. Chair, I don't. What a great location, but no, I don't.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead. This is a public hearing. Tessa, Joe, do we have anybody from the public that has signed up to address the commission?
No, sir, we don't.
No? Okay, so if there's anybody that is here to speak in opposition or support of this item, we're going to go ahead and unmute, but I would like for everybody to try to be as quiet as they can because it gets very loud. But if there is somebody that would like to comment relative to this case number, then please just state your name and then we'll call on you. So Tessa, if you could unmute, please. Okay, I don't think I heard anybody state their name. Maybe some gunfire from a video game. Okay. Commissioner Hamilton, you're up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I was going to wait until you officially close public comment.
Okay.
And then make a motion.
I'll come to you right after that. Okay, so since we don't have anybody from the public that would like to comment on this item for Bobcat Bite Restaurant, beer and wine liquor license, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And with that being said, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry for jumping the gun on you. I'd like to move to approve this application.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and Commissioner Hansen. Would you like to second, Commissioner Hansen, or do you have a question?
Yeah, no, I would like to I would like to second it, and I would just like to thank Vicky and Jose. Thank you. Nice to see you both.
So we have a motion and a second under discussion. I also would like to thank you guys for being here tonight and bringing this forward. Under discussion, are there any other commissioners that have comments? Commissioner Garcia, did you have any comments, sir? Commissioner Hughes?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Hansen. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously. Congratulations. Okay, so we're going to go back on our agenda and go back to item number 8, and this is matters from the county attorney. And it's for executive session. Attorney Schaefer, would you please give us a summary of what we need to go into executive session for?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. We need a motion to go into executive session to discuss threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 1015(1)H7 NMSA 1978, and the discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights as allowed by Section 1015(1)H8 NMSA 1978, including 1, contracts concerning the acquisition and or disposition of water rights and real property interests for water infrastructure, and 2, acquisition of real property interests for Santa Fe River Greenway project. As I understand it, we will be adjourning this evening from executive session. So this will end the open portion of the meeting, and we will not be coming back out to open meeting in order to adjourn the meeting. So that would be the motion that we'd be requesting, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, so moved.
Second.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, you're muted.
So we have a second from Commissioner Hanson and or a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. A little tongue-tied there. So can we get a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Chair Roybal,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yes.
All yeses, and good night, and thank you to everybody.
Good night, Madam Clerk, and thank you for your support.
You've
Good night,
received a
everybody.
separate executive session invite, so you'll need to leave this meeting and log in to that separate executive session WebEx meeting. Thank you.
Will
Thank
do,
you,
everybody.
Daniel.
Have a great night, everybody. Thank you for everything.